Sunday afternoon, playing the $200 tournament. It might be a little bit of a short stream today, depending on how this goes. But here we are, late regging, 5,000 chips in at the we came in at the 5100 level, so we're at 6120. Lots of blinds. The structure is really good. It's a really good structure, you guys. I think we've got a good shot. A couple of familiar faces at our table. We got Castor and B. Shriever. We got Wonka Paper. I wonder how Wonka Paper did in that Winter Festival event last week. You guys will remember he was over 100,000 when we finally got knocked out. 7,020 for first place.
No, I'm not gonna go.
Not a bad little. Yeah. You want to be on the stream?
I want
it.
Yeah, I'll be on the stream in a minute. I want to actually work on some stuff.
Okay.
So, is it okay if I work on some stuff, sir?
That's fine with me. Okay, so here we go. 8-10 offsuit in the big blind. Time to focus. This is it. This is the big tournament of the week, you guys. This is the wsop.com Sunday Million, the 20K guarantee weekly. $7,000 for first. Life-changing money. Win it. Quit your job and travel. It's a good tournament.
Oh, he min cashed.
Min cashed. Oof.
Yeah.
Brutal. So what do you think, Shriever? Everyone folds to your small blind. What do you want to do? Oh, just all in. Just spew. Seems a little big. 16 big blinds here. No antes.
I'll work on my blog.
Most of the time, B. Shriever, you're going to get away with that. Pick up 180. I would say I'm calling with maybe top 10% of my hands there. In which case you are going to be on the wrong end of it. Caster making the raise. I'm going to make the fold. Stay out of his way too. Looks like we've got another 20 minutes until antes kick in. So we're going to stick with our early stage game plan of just kind of playing tight. If we fade 3 orbits, it's probably what we're looking at in 20 minutes. So 180, 360, and then another 240. So it would be down to like 4,070 when the antes finally kick in. Over a little over 20 big blinds. Wonka Paper making the min raise. B. Shriever all in. What do you think, Wonka? Pretty wide. Opening pretty wide, Wonka. I think it's going to be a fold. Any of you guys check out that Aussie Million stream that Somerville's doing?
Oh, is he on right now?
I'm not sure if it's going on right now. But he's going to be streaming down the Aussie Millions final tables with whole cards live. It's going to be cool.
Oh, I'm grateful now. People were worried about us.
So Wonka Paper, 2 hands in a row, raising that minimum amount, raising pretty wide. Wow, Green Smoothie making a raise to 600, and that's gonna actually get through with against Wonka Paper's raise. That kind of surprises me. Making it 240 and then folding to another 360. I mean, it feels to me like he's getting 3.5 to 1 to make the call, something like that. Okay, so we're going for 2.5x here, 240 plus a 60, so we'll make it 300. And good to see you guys in the stream. We got Grateful Mouse, Poker Mindset Coach, Unreal, and hashtag Schwagio joining us early. Great to see all of you. Welp, I'm R2D2 making the quick raise. A Monkey Girl calling in the big blind. 2,280 there in the middle. I think it's just time to put the rest of it in. And yeah, this might be a real quick tournament. 9-9 king, not really what we're looking for. Kind of trying to dodge that ace and the king on the flop. Yeah, that sucks. Wow, both of them had the ace king. Both of them had the ace king. How good or how like what we were in just great shape, you guys. Just awesome shape here to triple up. Go to about 15,000. Instead, we are out the door because one of those 4 outs came. That's pretty lame. Thank you for playing in this tournament. Would you like to watch tournament's hand history? No. Looks like Legum just took our spot. Okay, so that's it. You guys feel like taking a guess at what we're looking at against 2 ace kings there? I mean, we're a favorite against 1. You know, it's like a 55-45 against 1, but against 2, we're looking really good. Let's see, ace king, and pocket queens. 65.72%. Look at that. So that's what we're looking at to triple up. We'll call that the tournament that could have been. 65% to triple up. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Well, do we have a backup tournament? We're gonna jump into something else. Yeah, why not? There's a couple backup tournaments going. Let's jump into the 6-handed rebuy and add-on. 6-handed. Here we go.
Because you can't quit your job. Travel.
Yeah. Round 2. Gosh, that's disappointing. And just like that, it's like it never even happened. Shorty Lambert chilling out. We got SD Bub chilling out with us. Good to see you, sir. Bob Hatter, always a pleasure, my friend. Thomas Skidmore, how you doing, man? Joe Kozlowski, always a pleasure. Gotta admit, you guys, I think that I think the big blind should have not been in that pot. When it goes raise, re-raise, and you're in the big blind with ace king, okay, I can make an argument to go ahead and make the call. But then when it's shoved all in, maybe it's time to go ahead and let it go. For the reason that so often your outs are two of them are going to be dead. You know, anyway, I'm not going to think about it too much. We got it in good. We were looking really good to triple up, 65% to triple up. That you got to take those kind of you have to take those shots. Okay, KB Poker making the raise. Peter Ops making the re-raise. I'm going to go and get out. Yeah, that kind of surprises me, Grateful Mouse, about Seidel not showing his whole cards like on purpose. I feel like, I mean, he's a veteran at TV tables. I mean, he knows the drill. It kind of surprises me.
Oh, Shorty Lambert just subscribed.
Shorty Lambert, welcome to the crew, man. Thanks for being here. Just clicking on that subscribe button. Oh, that's awesome of you. Really appreciate it, Mr. Lambert. Hey, what's that? So I'll tell you what, we're gonna send over that welcome package over to you right now, Shorty Lambert.
Are you doing it wrong?
Can you do it?
Yeah, I can do it.
Thank you, baby. And along with that digital download of Poker Tilt, you're gonna get a couple of fist bump patches if you want them. Shorty Lambert, thanks so much. Hope you enjoy the emoticons. Hope you enjoy the sub perks. Really appreciate you being a part of the crew. That's kind of a fun flop for Ace 5. We got that double gut shot straight draw, any 2, any 6. We probably also have an ace as an out, so fire out about half pot here against a small blind call. Wait for it to get to the trailing digit. There we go. KB poker. Check calling. Well, we'll take the free card. That doesn't really change anything. We could be ahead. We could be up against Jack 10 of clubs, KB poker. Our hand has showdown value, so no real point in trying to move him off of anything. If anything that he would fold, we're beating anyway, except maybe like a bigger ace. I mean, if he turns over ace 10, I'm going to feel kind of lame about just checking back here. 5-3 will do it. Born winner 14, 7 months in a row. 7 months in a row. Thanks so much for sticking with us another month, man. Representing the 314. I don't know if you saw Born Winner, but HPT Poker is moving down to St. Louis. They're moving all their operations from Fargo down to St. Louis, so they'll probably have a few more events during the year right there in your neighborhood.
Did you email Steve?
Yeah,
You did email Steve?
I did. Oh, look at this. What a way to start. Pocket aces. Making the raise here. Wait for it to get to that trailing digit.
Oh, damn.
And Marwin 1999. Yeah.
What?
So I think that we get to edit that. 12 aces in a row. Uncracked.
The record can be broken.
I'm pretty happy about that. No, I'm not. Raising and just taking down the blinds. No antes. 15-30. Not too happy with it. But of all the ways that hand can go, that's better than losing and resetting our aces cracked meter, which I think is, let's see, before that hand we're looking at 11. So we are one uncracked aces away from matching our all-time goal. 13 in a row is our all-time goal. We're at 12. Dr. Swisher, good to see you in the stream. No kidding. Thomas Skidmore saying that he read Poker Tilt. Really enjoyed it. Thank you very much for giving it the time, man. Took a long time to write. So thank you very much, because if you didn't if you didn't actually read it, it wouldn't be I would have felt like it was a waste of a year. And yes, Poker Mindset Coach, that's what we're going to do. We're going to be folding queens for the rest of the night. They got cracked, in that 200, so I don't want to have anything to do with them. We're just going to pretend the queens are 7-2 for the rest of the night. Fold, fold, fold. Marwin, 1999, good to see you. Greetings from Norway. I don't know how to say hello in Norwegian. So, hello. It's good to see you. And TY Big O got a royal flush today. Nice job, TY Big O. I can, I think I can definitely count on two hands the number of royal flushes I've had. I haven't had a royal flush on stream yet. One of those Twitch rites of passages that I'm still waiting for. Making the fold here. Yeah, are we folding ace-7 offsuit? Five-handed? No. Let's go ahead and make the raise, actually. Pixel 1, happy to hear that, that some of it worked out for you. 260 out of 1.3K. It's better than average. Keep on grinding, man. Good luck on your poker grind. So yeah, I don't know. Ace-7. I kind of feel like we're probably ahead of both of these guys. Let's go ahead and fire out, claim the equity. Sometimes we get better to fold too. It's kind of hard for Lunchbox or KB Poker to make the call there with like an ace-10. Going for 3x with the ace-jack off. $10-6-6. What do we do against KB Poker? Fire out a half-pot bet. Assume that ace-jack is good. Makes that min-raise, huh? Min-raise? Really, buddy? Okay. I'll go ahead and see it for another card. I'm not going to just auto give you credit for having ace-high beat. We've got 6 outs. And getting 5-1 on that 6 outs. So 12% to actually catch on the turn. When we do, we're going to we're going to crush him a little bit. Fold. So 5-1, then add that pot size bet. We're looking at like 10-1, which is fine. We can make that call. $0.22, Pixel 1, man. 100% ROI. That's pretty good. 100% ROI in a matter of like 2 hours, 3 hours. It's pretty good. Better than what you're going to find on Wall Street. Okay, I'll make the fold here. It always feels wrong to fold for that min bet. Start thinking, oh, I'll call with any two cards, but then you see the very worst of any two cards, and you think, I can make the fold here. Ferrari Doctor in the stream. Good to see you, Ferrari. It's great to see you, man. Slevin. It's a pleasure to see you in the stream. And Ollie Blaha, good to see you, man. He says 6-max. I know a dude who got a bracelet playing 6-max. If you're talking about me, that's true. I actually have two 6-max bracelets, so I feel pretty comfortable with the format. The trick here is you need to increase your VPIP quite a bit, but not as much as as some people think. It's not that different than just a regular tournament. I think that even more than your VPIP, you need to adjust your blind defense. You really need to be seeing a lot more big blinds and small blinds. KB Poker putting up the defense. What do we do with a Jack-8 offsuit on a 9-5-2? I think I'm actually going to go ahead and check back. I don't often do this, guys, but we'll do a little delayed C-bet here. That'll work. Then we'll fire out a half pot size bet if he checks to us. And Aladine, he says, my man, having time to watch your stream again. Hi from Florida, feels good. Hello from Vegas. It's good to see you, Aladine. We got Pippin87 too. Good to see you, man. He says, yeah, Queens of the Grim Reaper for me as well at Dutch Boyd. Yes, the Grim Reaper. Pocket Queens. And they let us down today. I might just play 2 tournaments today. You know what I've been kind of putting some time into, you guys, is Nilesy got me Elite Dangerous as a Christmas/birthday present, and I've been putting a little bit of time building up some credits, saving up for a better starship. That's a pretty good flop for Ace King. Pretty good flop. Queen Deuce. Yeah, let's go ahead and make the raise here. What are we worried about? I guess a little bit worried about a set of 2s, a little bit worried about Ace Queen, a little bit worried about Ace 2. But well, now we're beating Ace 2 and Ace Queen. Only really worried about that set or the flush draw that just backed into a straight. So fire out a half pot size bet again. Peter Ops, what do you think? I'd love for him to have King Queen right now. That should change nothing. So let's go ahead and fire out. Actually, let's go for a 3/4 size bet here. See if maybe it's a little greedy. A little greedy. But I think if he's going to call half pot, I think that he'll call 3/4. I think he'll call 3/4 there. If he's going to call 600, I think he calls 900 with a hand like Ace Jack, Ace 10, King Queen. If he had Ace Deuce, he's calling there with he's calling 3/4 there. Any decent ace, any 2 pair. I think that's about it though. I don't think that he's calling with worse than. I don't think he's calling with worse than Ace 10 there. But if he has Ace 10 or better, I think that he's calling 900 if he's calling 600. So adjust that pre-flop, or adjust that river bet to accomplish what you're trying to do. Sometimes you'll want to make it more to get a guy to fold when he when you're trying to sell a bluff. Sometimes a smaller bet though, sometimes a smaller value bet sells the bluff story that you're trying to tell. There's other times when you're putting the guy on absolutely nothing, but you want to sometimes open the door for him to maybe find a check raise bluff. Sometimes you want sometimes you want to bet it so small that he just can't feel good about calling and he'll just pay you off just to see. Other times you're putting him on something that he's going to have a hard time folding, so you just swing for the fences, go for that home run bet. I mean, I'm not really a big fan of adjusting your pre-flop opening amount based on hand strength or based on really anything. I like standardizing that pre-flop opening amount. I also like standardizing the c-bet amount based on how many opponents you're facing, based on your position relative to the other players. But on that turn in the river, man, you're pretty much fair game, and you want to adjust that, adjust those bets to really accomplish the goal that that you have when you're making the bet. If you're going for value, try to figure out what kind of range they have and how much they can pay you off. If the story comes out where you can sell a busted bluff, but you actually have a super strong hand, bet where they can start making hero calls, putting you on that busted bluff. I mean, you on the turn in the river, go ahead and adjust your bet size based on what you're hoping to accomplish. But what you don't want to get it too tied with actual hand strength. It's more tying it to what you want to accomplish. and what you think is going to, what you think is the likely outcome based on a certain amount. There's lots of times when a certain amount will get through as a bluff, but if you bet too low or too high, then it won't. Every bluff tells a story. Every value bet tells a story. And you want you want the story that you're telling to make sense to your opponent to get the reaction you want. Ferrari Doctor says, did you just start this stream? This is my second tournament. We were in the $200 tournament for about 4 minutes. Well, maybe a little bit longer. About 2 orbits. Woke up with queens. Got it in three-handed. We got it all in for about 30-something big blinds with pocket queens against ace king and ace king offsuit. Ace king offsuit. Ace king offsuit. And they hit one of their 4-outers, so that sucked. We switched over here to the 6-handed event, Ferrari Doctor, and this is our life now. This is our life now. As Drupal, by the way, it's good to see you, man. So Bob Hatter talking about what's the difference in between 6-max and full ring game, and Bob Hatter saying in the most basic sense, just pretend that the first 3 people folded. I'm gonna say that is at the most basic sense, that's probably not a horrible way to think about 6-max, but the actual reality of it is you can't just pretend that you're playing 9-handed with the first 3 opponents folding. Let's go and make the call here. The reason is because the big blind and the small blind hit you so much more often, and because there's fewer antes in pre-flop. What ends up happening is the orbits, all of the hands tend to be a little more expensive, right? So we're playing 20-40 here, which at the very beginning of the tournament. Let's speed it. Let's fast forward to when we're hitting the 100, 200 ante 25 round. Okay. At 900, at 9-handed or 10-handed, your normal full ring game as Drupal, you're going to be looking at 225 or 250 in antes, right? 10 or 9 antes. Wow, what a dream that became. Yeah, let's go ahead and fire out a half pot size bet, and we're not going to hold on too strongly if we get raised here, but we're assuming that Queen 9 is good. So 225 in antes, and then you're looking around at the 100, 200. So you're looking at 525. Well, we'll stick with 10-handed because it's a little bit easier to do the math, right? So 550 in the middle at the 100, 200 ante 25 round. 550 in the middle before any cards are dealt. And each hand is costing you, on average, we take that 550 and divide it by 10. So each average hand is costing you 55 chips. Well, at the 100, 200, and 25 round in a 6-handed tournament, you're looking at 150 in the middle, plus the 200 and the 100, so 450 in the middle, and then each hand is costing you 450 divided by 6, which is what, 75? So at that round, each hand is actually costing you about 50% more. What that means is your aim is going to be so much smaller. When you're counting your big blinds, the amount of orbits you can actually fade is going to be so much smaller. And since the hands themselves are more expensive, it means that you need to be wider. You need to have a higher VPIP. You need to have a higher defense percentage. Also, when you look at the average, the average strongest hand, right? So imagine that you deal out 10 hands of poker, 10 hole cards, you deal them out, and you flip them over, and you say, you do that a million times, and you say, well, on average, what is the best hand that I dealt out? Well, it's going to be considerably stronger 10-handed or 9-handed than it is 6-handed, right? So what that means is 6-handed, if you're looking down at pretty much any ace, it's a decent enough hand to probably go ahead and make a raise. Any pocket pair is just going to be so much stronger in 6-handed than it will 9-handed or 10-handed, and not so much stronger, but about 50% stronger. What else? What else? Well, the amount that you get for your pre-flop raises is smaller because you only have 6 antes and sometimes 5 antes. So you have to you have to actually have your pre-flop raise amounts a little bit smaller in 6-handed than you would in in 9-handed or 10-handed. So consider that when you're actually coming up with your tapering strategy, that you probably should start at 2.5x a little bit earlier than you would in 100 in like a full-handed game, and you should probably get to the min raise a little bit quicker than you would. And add all that together: increased VPIPs, increased blind defense frequencies, a lower return on investment for your individual steals, a higher cost per hand, and all of that leads to more post flop play. That is what the big difference is between 6-handed and 9-handed or 10-handed. Is you're just going to see a lot more flops. You're also going to see a lot more showdowns in 6-handed than you would 10-handed. Because the stealing percentages are so much wider, and because the average strength, hand strength is so much lower, that turns into more post flop play and also more showdowns. So yeah, that's the difference, you guys. And we're at 2550. We're starting to taper down right now at 2.5x. 953 against 3 opponents. And that'd be kind of suicidal to make a raise into. So check folding and being done with it. Oh, Mr. Soft, good to see you in the stream. We got Rapid Games chilling out. Rob's Art chilling out. Great to see you guys. C-Manx asking, are you stacking mofos today? Right now they're stacking us, my friend. We're on the second tournament of the day. And Asdrubal asking, why don't you play a lot of 6-max on the stream? That's a good question, Asdrubal, and the answer is that wsop.com just doesn't spread a lot of 6-max. This is pretty much the one 6-max event of the week that I feel like is worth playing, the Sunday 3K 6-max. Other than this 6-max event, I mean, it's just not something that's in the normal weekday lineup. The weekdays, which really start kicking in after about 5:36, when the Nevada working men get off. Not just working men, working women too. When the workers get off work and decide to go ahead and put some time online. So we're looking at 6 o'clock plus, and then so the lineup on a standard week night here in Nevada is going to be the 2K guaranteed, which is going to be a regular tournament, the 3K guaranteed, and then they got another 1250 a 1250 guaranteed, and I think another 1500 guaranteed, and they're all just 9-handed tournaments, so we don't really have a lot of opportunities to play 6-handed. Peter Ops making the raise, getting the call from the small blind, and yeah, 3 bets. You should be 3-betting more. And we're going to be doing a 3x, 390 plus the 65. So we're looking at around 455, 462 will work. What do you think, Lunchbox? Is your hand good enough to call a 3-bet here out of position? He says yes, it is. And what a dream flop for ace queen. We're going to go ahead and fire out a half pot side. Actually, we're going to make it the same amount, right? 462. This is actually going to turn into 450 right here. And we get the fold. Not quite what we want, but that's okay. That's okay. If Lunchbox had some sort of weakish ace, he's going to lose a lot of chips to us there. Now, a lot of people will look at that and say, on a dry board like that with an ace, why not just check back? Why not just check back there and let him catch up or let him decide to make a bluff? Well, if we're checking back every time we hit our ace and value betting every time we don't, or C betting every time we don't, it starts to become a little bit transparent. So I think that, especially heads up, if a guy's going to check raise, bluff you, or do some sort of out of position float move, those are the kind of board textures that they'll do it with. Lunchbox could easily be sitting there with like a Jack 10 of hearts and say, you know what, I'm going to make a check raise here because there's no way the Dutch is going to call if he doesn't have an ace. So we get the check raise some of the time. Other times, Lunchbox actually has an ace in his hand, and we're going to miss out on 3 streets of value by deciding to get a little sneaky and hoping that he hits one of his 6 outs on the turn and sticks with it. JD Cole in the stream. Good to see you, JD Cole. And congratulations on those Broncos, man. Shoot. I really thought it was going to be a Patriots Super Bowl. I'm not really the biggest Patriots fan. I guess I'm turning into one because of Pat's poker. But I thought for sure they were going to make it. What a close game that was. What was it, 20-19? And the Broncos going to the Super Bowl. Congratulations, my friend. Congratulations on being a part of the city, of the state. Okay, so we're going for 2.5x here with the Ace King of Hearts. John Blaze, good to see you, man. And okay, Pippin87 going for a moderator campaign. Maybe we'll have the same type of political campaign that they have here in the States. Pippin for the presidential race. Let's go ahead and fire out a half pot size bet into KB Poker and Loner 11 on a Jack 5-3 board, 2 hearts. We should be ahead of most of what they're calling with. Not anymore. If we're ahead on the flop, we're okay with getting it all in on the flop. On the turn, I'll go ahead and take a free card. 15 outs, 30%. It's not one of them. It's not one of them. Kind of makes me think that maybe our Ace King is good, though. Check back. 6-3 and King 5. Nice hand, you guys. Nice hand. So I guess we didn't actually have that King as an out. We get to show our Ace King. That's always kind of nice. Add some notes on some of these guys. KB Poker making the call. There was 6-3. A little bit sticky. A little bit sticky there, KB Poker. A little bit sticky. Clip to 3. Good to see you. How are you doing on that Tasty Steaks, JD Cole? Did it fill up? Let me go and take a look. And that's pretty cool. It looks like Kathy Liebert is selling a little piece of her action on the WPT Commerce. A little 1.2 markup. She's a strong player, you guys. Strong player, probably worth picking up. And JD Cole looking at 65% sold out. So how many more pieces do you have here? We got Decker 711 joining us. Great to see you, Decker. Hope that your day's going well. Peter Ops making the raise here. Ace-9 offsuit. Probably going to be a 3-bet again. I feel like 3-betting it again. 462. Let's do it again. Last time that we did this, we had a pretty strong hand to match. Now Ace-9 offsuit. Pretty much the same hand, really, when it comes to it. 6-handed. Making that raise. 462. We hit the ace. Pretty good. And yeah, I'll go ahead and fire out a half pot size bet here.
See Mycon's profile picture.
Mycon? I didn't see.
You just put it up 40 minutes ago.
Going for that 2.5x. Here we go. Fire. Papist, it's great to see you, man. I hope that you're doing well. Have you checked out any of the Aussie Millions being played here on Twitch, Papist? Fire out the same amount against KB Poker. Sticky as hell. What do you think, KB Poker? I'm going to go ahead and fire out another half pot size bet here. See if KB Poker really wants to keep on going with a hand like 3-5. Ollie Blaha says, I heard Sarah Palin is supporting at Pippin87. That's pretty funny. Did you guys ever see that? There was a Netflix documentary about it was called Vote for Me. And it was about a class president election at a second grade Chinese elementary school. And oh man, it was great. It was really good. I would recommend you guys take a look at it if it's still on Netflix. Let me see if I can't find the clip. Please vote for me is what it's called. Wow, KB Poker making the raise. And there's just no way you're ever getting through here with that kind of min raise, KB Poker. I'm going to go ahead and make the call here. We'll see if we can't flop something magical. And wow, what a magic flop. That's pretty beautiful. And it's going to be a check raise. We'll make a check raise here and hope KB Poker started really strong. Aces or queens or something like that. ZASDF Unreal asking, is 1.2 high or low markup? It's a little high. It's a little high. There it is. KB Poker deciding to make the min raise. And we're just going to actually shove for the rest of it because there's no real point in letting a chill card come on the turn. Yeah. For example, let's say that the turn card came in 8. Then there's a decent chance that maybe we're losing KB Poker. Maybe. Yeah, Grateful Mouse saying, is Poker Cat worth 1.2 markup? I think so. I think so too, Grateful Mouse. Shoot, I had a... Let me see if I can't find that formula.
sold the formula, Dutch.
No. I didn't sell the formula. Wrote it down in a. I wrote it down in a little notebook. I know which notebook. It's that Zen notebook.
Oh, it's right here.
You have that? Let me see. I came up with a formula to show what a player's ROI needs to be break even at a certain markup.
I had it.
And it's basically it's not just as easy as like 20%. It actually has to be a little bit more, I think. Let me see. Let's see if I can't find this here.
Find it?
Yeah, let me see here. What do you guys think? You feel like maybe potting this up, or do you think just turn it into a set mine? Decided to just turn it into a set mine. Okay, so we're not mining for sets. We're mining for quads. We don't mine for sets in this stream. We mine for quads. Checking. Making a fold. So here it is. At 1.2, the equivalent staker percentage without makeup is 83.33%. So selling action at 1.2 is shoot. You know what? I should probably put this. I should probably publish this. I wrote a whole article on tournament poker staking deals. Pretty long, and the idea was I was probably going to get it published on. It was actually written for Ultimate Poker back when they were up, but now they're gone. So it's pretty good info. Has a nice little chart here as far as. Let me show you the chart. I should probably just turn this into a poker clinic and share some of this info. So yeah, 374 seems right. Raising to 2.5x. We could probably raise actually a little more. So 1.2 means that it's the equivalent of an 83.33% staker percentage without makeup.
Are you gonna fold those queens?
No, I'm gonna win with them. Basically, what's gonna happen. And you know what? I actually think it is. I think that in order for her to be to break even, maybe it is a maybe she does have to have a 20% ROI to break even. Maybe it is that easy. Do you think that Kathy Liebert has a 20% ROI at the WSOP's or not the WSOP, the WPT LA Poker Classic? 20% ROI. One of the top, one of the top poker players of all time. Yeah, I think that she has a 20% ROI. She's strong and her game is sharp. She's been playing on WSOP all year. She plays the WSOP circuits, and we see her crush and take down tournament after tournament after tournament online. I don't think that I actually think that she's better live. Having played with her, she's got 20 something years of experience at the table. She understands the game and plays it at a high level. I would say that her tournament package on Tasty Stakes. The only thing that, yeah, I think it's worth it. I think it's a good deal. And we got Philadelphia in the stream. Good to see you. No Tilt here, 24. Good to see you too, man. And yeah, those aren't ocean waves. Those are cars. Those are cars. Pretty good hand to see a flop with. Ace-3 suited. Not such a great flop. On the other hand, it's not so bad either. We'll see what comes out on the turn. On the turn, if it's less than a 5, if it's like a 2, 3, or 4, we're gonna go ahead and fire out a value bet. And pretty good run out to induce a bluff here from hands like Ace 4, King 4, club draws. So let's do that. Let's induce that bluff. Getting ready to make the call. We're not going to nit roll him. As long as it's less than a pot size bet, as long as it's less than like 3/4 here, would be snap calling pretty quick. Catch him deciding not to bluff. So what did he have? Could we have gotten a call out of him? It turns out no, he had 7-8. So we played it pretty perfect. If on the river there, if we knew exactly what he had, we're checking to him, inducing a bluff from him. I wonder if there would be some sort of amount we could have bet on the river that would have induced him to go ahead and come over the top of us. The problem is if we do that, it's a tough call. It's a tough call with a 3. And Pippin says, Dutch, when you said you wanted to meet me last stream, were you being genuine or were you being sarcastic? Pippin, I feel like there's a very high percentage chance that you and I will eventually meet in real life. IRL, AFK. I think you've been a part of the stream since almost the beginning. You're here a very high percentage of the time. And I think there's a pretty decent chance that we're going to be hanging out one of these days around a coffee table or around a restaurant table. Maybe if you're if you ever decide to come out to Vegas, or maybe if I'm ever up there in Canada playing scoops or W coops. Which part of Canada are you in again, Pippin? You're in BC, aren't you? Aren't you kind of closer to Vancouver, or are you closer to Alberta? Can't remember. I think that if we do any of the W Coops and Scoops coming up before the World Series, I have a feeling that we might be hitting up the western side of Canada. Michelle's family's up in near Seattle, so I kind of want to see them. 2 birds with 1 stone. Poker Mindset Coach is right too about that. It's really only one time of the year that that I am in lockdown mode, and that's the World Series of Poker. It's frustrating too because that's like the one time of the year that everyone's out. That's one time of the year that's everyone's like, hey, let's meet up. But then I'm playing every single day and trying to focus. And the few times that I have any time free, you're going to be like on breaks or when I just bust out. And then when I just bust out, I'm not feeling like meeting anybody. And then on breaks, it's just like not even really a meetup. But if you're going to be here during the World Series of Poker, and I highly recommend you make the trip out here, all of you guys, not just you, Pippin, but Pippin as well. It sure is a sight to see. And the Colossus is always a good shot at a bracelet. $500 for a chance at a gold bracelet. It's kind of like a little Powerball lottery ticket when it comes up to $1.5 billion. So maybe it's not. It's definitely not. But for you guys, it's probably a much better return on investment. I guess when you factor in a flight to Vegas and hotels, maybe not. But definitely a very cheap way to mark off your bucket list, play for a bracelet, and maybe mark off the bucket list, win a bracelet. I'll definitely have some fist bump patches and at least enough time to meet on, just to meet real briefly, shake your hand, and hang out on breaks. Every other time though is take pictures for sure. So guys, we're on break. 3 minutes and 49 seconds. We're 2 out of 24 in this tournament. It's very early on. Right now, first place is 1,200. Will it stay above a grand? Probably. I think so. I think it'll probably stay up there. This is kind of a fun tournament to play too because it's got that same. Let's go ahead and put it right about there.
Oh God, it's bad.
It's got that same double add-on. But since it's six-handed, I feel like more people don't take advantage of the double add-on in this event. Because there's a lot more post-flop play, because your aim is going to be lower compared to your big blind stack. Just in general, for all those things that I've said before, higher VPIPs, higher defense percentages in the blinds, higher showdown percentages. And more post-flop play. For all those reasons, you tend to have more action and more clashes in six-handed events, which end up leading to a high percentage of the field busting out and deciding that they're not going to go ahead and take the shot at the double add-on here. So, yeah, the add-on here is, I guess it's not a double add-on. It's 6,000 chips for 30, so it's it's like 150%. It's not 200%, but it's still one of those things where you just need to take it when it comes. Looks like it's going to that's going to happen in another 33 minutes, and so far we've lost 25% of the field deciding not to take the big add-on, deciding to make this a $30 tournament for them. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to go get a little bit of coffee, run a little commercial break. Make sure to turn off your ad blocker if you want to support the stream, or better yet, get one of those Twitch Turbo emoticons next to your name so you don't get advertised to and you still get to support the streamers when they run ads. We'll be right back. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, guys, we're back. We're back. We're looking good. Lunchbox on our right is the chip leader in this event. We're number 2. Didn't quite see how Lunchbox got all his chips. I was looking away, thinking about other things.
You want another one?
We got Charlin SC. Good to see you, man. Says good luck today, Dutch. Good luck, big fist bump, and hopefully a deep run or 2 today. I hope so, man. I hope it's a good day today. Starting off a little slow with that $200 setback, but nothing a deep finish in this 6-handed can't cure.
Oh, was that the Disneyland tournament?
What's that?
Was that the Disneyland one?
Yes, that was the Disneyland tournament.
Shit.
I know. I didn't want to say.
Son of a bitch.
So re-raise, I can tell you, having come in second in a bracelet event, it sucks. Second sucks. It doesn't feel good. After a week or so, when at first it feels very surreal. At first it feels like, oh, that just happened. It doesn't feel actually sink in. It doesn't feel real until about the next day when you realize how close you just came to a World Series of Poker bracelet. How that might be the closest you ever get. That might be the last time you get that close and you just blew your shot. Depending on how you entered the heads-up match or how you entered the final table, sometimes heads-up is fine. Like sometimes second is fine. Sometimes the guy you're going to be getting into the final table with a very low stack. By the time you get heads up, the guy has you like 15-1, so you never really feel like you have any sort of realistic claim over the bracelet. But other times, you feel like, wow, this could really go my way. It is going to go my way, and then it doesn't. And at first you're just kind of stunned and shocked, and you're like, oh yeah, congratulations, yeah, I feel good about it. And then the next day it sinks in, oh my gosh, that might have been the closest I ever get. That might have been it. That might have been my one shot to blow, and I just blew it. I didn't think it through. It definitely helps if you were able to get it in good rather than make plays that you look back on and think, what the hell was I thinking there? Those are that's a little bit easier to digest and sleep on. In the end, though, you just have to recognize that if you can come in second, you can come in first. It's not that different. You beat the entire field except one guy coming in second, or you can... Yeah, we're going to go ahead and actually make the call here against Loner. It's a pretty good flop, really. We've got the all sorts of backdoor draws. We've got the gut shot straight draw. We also have ace high. So we're ahead of the club draws here. Making the call. Well, now the club draws got there. We missed everything. WFKS saying, have you seen the new iPhone app called Churchill Solitaire? Pretty fun. But your boy Donald Rumsfeld owns it, so I was torn. Not sure quite what you're talking about, WFKS. I haven't seen it. Churchill Solitaire, I haven't seen it. I'll take a look. And I'm going to make a little note on Loner there. And Money Miser, good to see you, man. Not really sure why the table would be blurry for you.
He has to change the. He has to pick the.
Oh, yeah, you probably have to change the source, right?
Yeah.
When you're watching on Twitch, Money Miser,
Gear.
there's a little gear in the bottom right, and you can change the resolution of what you're seeing. That'll probably fix it. If you change it to source, that's as high as it can go. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit blurry. Why is this not a donk lead, you guys? Why is this not a donk lead? It has to do with the number of players in the table. We can't expect that A Poker Joker 2 is going to fire out a C-bet. We could check and maybe hope that one of these guys will bet, and then we could make a check raise. But I think that the donk lead is better. But it doesn't count as a donk lead if you can't count on a C-bet. And against a Poker Joker 2, there's just no way he's going to just auto C-bet into 4 opponents here. So Peter Ops making the raise, a pretty big raise too. Big enough to make me think twice about calling. Even with top pair, decent kicker. Firing out 2,362, basically saying I'm willing to put 7,500 in here. I mean, there's a huge implicit turn bet kind of built into this raise here on the flop. And we might be ahead. We might be up against some sort of combo draw.
Okay. What? Daddy has more. I don't.
Aren't they having some sort of open Street Fighter Championship on Twitch here pretty soon? I got some sort of message from Twitch TV talking about there's like a big open Street Fighter Championship event coming up that anybody can get into, supposedly. We got Seattle Pro in the stream. Good to see you. Asking, where is Exmois? How do you say that in Russian? G'day, Exmois, I think is how you say that. She's here. You watching the chat? No.
Did you like me? Did you want me to use this shit?
And as Drupal, happy to hear that. I really am. I'm happy to hear. He says, thank you, man. I really think my poker is getting a lot better. Your stream has a lot to do with it. As Drupal, I'll take a little bit of credit, I suppose. But the fact that you're here and actually working on your game and thinking about it is really the cause of any results you're going to be seeing. I do appreciate you supporting the stream, though, man. Both in being here, watching, and also clicking on that sub button. It really does make it possible for me to keep on doing this. So thank you very much.
What, honey bunny? I don't have any more. Daddy does.
Higmo1686 for my as my first act as a poker villain. I'm just going to go ahead and ban you. Thank you for the constructive idea. Mwah. Yank Spanked. He says, hey, what's up, dude? I remember that second place. The best is when you asked TJ to see his bracelet. He said, don't worry, you'll win me. Yeah, looking back on it, that was a good moment. At the time, it didn't feel like a good moment. I'll tell you what was awesome, though, was fast forwarding 2 years from there, when I finally won my very first bracelet in the 2006 Six Max event. And after I did the Norman Chad interview, the very first person... the very first bracelet winner to actually congratulate me was TJ Cloutier. Came up, he shook my hand, he's like, congratulations, Dutch. I said you'd win a lot of them, and I was like, oh, man. Well, I loved that moment. I loved TJ at that point. Fan for life. Robert Williamson III was also one of the very first people to give me a congratulations. He looked at me and goes, Dutch, welcome to the club. Points at his own. That's the funny thing about being a bracelet winner is when other people win a bracelet, you know, there's this kind of a common experience that it is kind of a little bit clubbish. You know, you understand what it feels like to have that as a goal, to be dreaming about it and thinking about it and eating and sleeping poker, and then when it finally happens, it's quite an experience. I mean, it ranks up there, you know, with pretty much everybody who has won their very first bracelet in the post Moneymaker era. I feel like they all have that same kind of experience where it really ranks up there as one of the top experiences of their entire lives. And then when for you to expect other people to put value on a bracelet, which is basically just winning a tournament, which anybody can do, right? Anybody can just win a tournament, sure, anybody can. But for you to put a lot of value on your own bracelet, you kind of have to put value on other people's bracelets too. So you can't really just say, oh, well, any donk can win a tournament. You kind of have to give credit where credit's due. Otherwise, you start taking away the legitimacy of other people's bracelets. It takes away from your own gold as well. So it felt pretty cool when Robert Williamson III was like, Dutch, welcome to the club, man. It's like, thank you. Any two cards, a poker joker too. Any two cards. Feels like it's an any two card type defense. 5-1 to try to get trips, try to get two pair. What are the chances of that happening? Not so good.
Treats for you. Daddy might.
Seattle Pro saying Gideona, which is the way of saying, where's the girl? Where's the grill? EP lefty open lifting, loner 11 open over limping. I don't hate the over limp, but I do hate that open limp. Not so bad, I guess, especially six-handed pre-ante. JTS 760 Dutch. Do you have any recommendations for poker books? JTS 760, I do. I've been meaning to put together a top 10 list on pokerbooks.com for the last year. For the last 3 years, I've been trying to get around to it. But real quick, my short list: Super System 1 and 2. I like Power Hold'em by Daniel Negreanu. I like the Navarro book. I like all the Zachary Elwood books, both of them. I like the Ken Lowe book on mixed games. I like Low Limit Hold'em by Lee Jones. I like the TJ Clutie and the Tom McAvoy books, Championship Hold'em, Championship No Limit Hold'em. They're a little bit old school, but I feel like that there's still a little bit of, I still feel like there's worthwhile information in there. The Harrington books are a worthwhile read, especially Harrington Volume 3, where he actually breaks down the concepts into really specific specific hands. I feel like if you're going to read one of the volumes, read Volume 3, but don't skip Volume 3. A lot of people do, because Volume 3 is like the workshop, like the workbook. It's like, oh well, do I really need to read this? This is just taking all the concepts he talked about in Volume 1 and Volume 2 and breaking them down to real specific hands. Yes, read it. It's good. What else? The Jonathan Little new book, No Limit Hold'em Excellence, is a decent read. The new Chris Moorman book is a decent enough read. I think if you want non-strategy books, Ship at Halabalas, One of a Kind, The Professor, The Banker, The Suicide King, and of course my own book, Poker Tilt. And does that about cover it?
Yep.
Yeah, that about covers it.
There's probably a lot more books, obviously, but
I'll come up with a better list of the best poker books. I went out and I bought pokerbooks.com, and I've been trying to put up reviews on there. It's on my to-do list. I'll try to do better for you guys. Pappy Van Winkle saying, "Hey Dutch, I fell asleep last night. How'd you finish on that final tape?" So I didn't stream last night, Pappy Van Winkle, but the night before I did. Van Winkle, Pappy Van Winkle, nice username. If he's been asleep since Friday. No, it's good to see you in the stream, Pappy Van Winkle. And what did we do on Friday? We final table got 9th and also cashed. It was 2 for 2 that night, but I'm in cash and a final table 9th place. Pocket sevens, we shoved with 11 big blinds. I had no idea whether it was a good shove or not, and then results oriented, it was a horrible shove because pocket aces re-raised. Philadelphia says, "Do you ever wear the bracelet?" Every once in a while. Right now, if I'm gonna sport a bracelet, I'm gonna wear a bracelet. It's usually the 2010 one. That's my favorite one to actually wear. I feel like it hangs well and it's substantial. The 2014 is okay to wear too, just because it's the most recent. I don't really wear the 2006 one anymore. Yeah, flatty 28. Those WSOP fields are huge, and once you get towards the end, you're running up against some legit guys, some very solid grinders in every single event. I think that if you look at the top 10% of every single WSOP event, you're going to see recognized names as these are guys who are top tier, best in the world guys. It's tough.
We have to go to the Chinese New Year's thing this year again. Watch a noodle guy.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
It's coming up soon.
By the way, yeah, boy Casey had a question. Thinking about getting into staking and getting into getting staked, but I don't have a lot of proof on prior attorney cashes. How would I go about it? So this is a good question, yeah, boy Casey. How do you get staked if you don't have a lot of if you don't have like a Hendon mob, if you don't have a GPI ranking, if you don't have any sort of results that you can show? That's a tough one. The first thing that you should probably do is you should start trying to put together online results. There's online poker databases that'll track your ROI. The main thing though is nobody has no history. You have a history, whether it's within poker or not. If you don't really have a lot of poker results to be able to show people to back, I guess what I would ask is like, you always have to ask yourself, well, would I back this person on a purely financial investment type, point of view? And if the answer is no, then it's going to be a hard sell. If you wouldn't back a random it's going to be a hard sell. But you've got history with outside of poker, so use your own social network. Shop around your package to actual friends and family and people that you hang out with and coworkers and anybody that would if you were trying to sell magazines to subscriptions to raise money for summer camp, or if your little girl was selling Girl Scout cookies. Pretty much anybody that you would take that little proposition to, you can take a tournament package to as well. Look at some of the successful guys who came from absolutely nowhere to just crush while getting staked. One person that comes into mind is Jeff Mattson, who went to his grandparents, and his grandparents were like, you know what, we'll go ahead and invest in your dream here. I think it's a very low percentage chance of actually happening, Jeffrey. But if you want to try to make a go at this poker thing and you want to try to take 3 tournaments and make it happen, well, we're here for you. Then he crushes, and now he doesn't have to worry about going to grandma and grandpa for buy-ins, because now people would come out of the woodwork if you put a Tasty Stakes up. So it's a good question. It's a good question. How do you get backers if you don't have results to prove that you're a good investment? And the answer is you don't. You're going to have to get backers outside of people who are looking at it as a purely financial investment as a poker deal. You got to go after those people who are going to look at it and think that there's other benefits to backing you in it. Personal relationships and family relationships, and that's just the truth of it. Because without being able to show, hey, this is actually a good investment for you, how do you get someone to invest in you? It's at least with like an actual business or something, you can show them like an actual business plan, and they can actually look at it and say, okay, well, do I think this is going to work or not? With poker, all you're saying is, the business plan is, I'm going to go and play this event against a bunch of other people who do have results and do, have been, but I know in my heart that I'm a good investment here. That's a tough one. It's like trying to put a fast food joint across the street from a McDonald's and a Taco Bell, and it's going to be like a Dutch's pizza shop right across the street from Pizza Hut and Little Caesars, and coming to someone, coming at someone with that business plan, they're going to be like, well, do you have any sort of reason for me to think that I'm not just throwing money away on this idea, that you're going to actually be able to compete with the Pizza Hut and the Little Caesars right there? And I'm like, well, I know it in my heart. That's tough. If I say, well, I've done this before. Look at this college town where we did the same thing. Here's Bodog, here's ACR, where I can show this is, a 5,000 tournament sample size at $10 rebuys, and look, this is my ROI 68% over this long period of time. And you can track that, and you can see this is a good investment. It is a tough one, though. It's a chicken and egg. It's kind of a catch-22 chicken and the egg problem, right? Loner 11, can I expect that you're going to see bet? Mayhaps. Mayhaps. Fires out 240 into 320. But kind of hit. Let's go for the little check raise. Well, when we get called, we're pretty much shut down now. And just done. I don't really think that we can really represent anything. Maybe we could represent a Jack-9 here or an 8-9 here. Possibly. But I don't think that Loner is going to fold anything. I'd probably fold 6s or 7s, right? I'm not going to try. You can have this pot, Loner.
Brick? You in brick? Awfully quiet in here. Hey.
Hey.
Are you in brick?
No. Oh. Not on break. Just watching. Just watching, waiting for my shot.
Yeah? What to tell you, June Bobo?
And Nikon Jane chilling out with us. Good to see you, Nikon. Asking a poker question. Can you talk a little bit about the monster under the bed? The idea that even with scary flops, you shouldn't, just assume that your opponent has a piece of it. Particularly when the flop is 3 cards of 1 suit and you don't have any of the suit. So, what I would point out, Nikon, what I would point out, Jane, is that you're going to be in this situation a lot where, like, this is the same kind of situation, right? The monster under the bed is that king. We could almost actually check here because there's not too much of a danger in giving a free card off. A little bit worried about an ace coming, and where maybe an ace jack isn't going to call the flop, and we're giving a free card to hit a 3-outer. But in particular, we're talking. You're asking about hands where it comes all 3 hearts, and you're sitting here with two black queens. Wow, EP lefty firing out a full pot-sized bet into that pot. I'm going to have to think about this for a second. You know what, EP lefty? I'm going to make the call here. Oh, wow. So he hit the 6 on that flop, decided to slow play, hit the full house on the turn, decided to slow play again. And in the end, he was able to walk away with a 2,500 bet because I got stubborn with my queens, deciding that he's not going to make that kind of bet with just a naked king. Pretty lame call, really. EP lefty 15 pre-flop. He had a raise and a 3-bet, and he decided to go ahead and make the call with 6 high. I guess it's good. It's an okay call if you can count on really long implied odds there, but you actually hit the dream, and you did not get the long implied odds that you really need to get. Why? Well, because he slow played it. Go ahead and fire out a bet there on the turn and maybe get called. Yeah, and then firing out a pot-sized bet on the end, almost enough to get me to just fold. Pocket queens, though, it's pretty much the same hand as a weak king, right? King jack. If you're going to call with king jack, you might as well call with queens as well. I guess king jack makes it a little less likely that you're up against a bigger king, but it's pretty much the same hand, same showdown value. I'm going to go ahead and fire out some notes here on EP lefty. The main thing to think about, Jane, is the chances of somebody flopping a flush are pretty low. When 3 cards come out on the flop, it makes it actually even less likely that they flopped a flush. Well, I mean, it makes it less likely that they have two. Like, if 3 hearts come out, it's actually less likely that they have 2 hearts in their hand because there's 3 out on the board. But the chances of flopping a flush are pretty low. You start looking at combinations of hands that your opponents can have, and look at ace queen suited, for example, versus ace queen offsuit, and there's so many more. There's 4 times as many combinations of ace queen offsuit as there are ace queen suited, right? So if the flop comes out 3 hearts, and you think, I think that this person has ace queen, the chances are 16 combinations of ace queen offsuit, 3 combinations of ace queen suited that don't hit the flop, and 1 combination of ace queen suited that did. 1 combination that actually hit the flop and has that nut flush. So you're looking at 18 times as many ace queens as the 1 ace queen that actually just fits. So what's a lot more likely is that the monster under the bed, that the hand that they have is a hand where they are where they actually have a lot of outs, right? Where they actually have the ace queen offsuit and the queen of hearts actually matches the flop, so they have the overcards and the flush draw. That's going to be so much more likely. So my suggestion to you is when 3 hearts are on the board, or when it comes like a 9-6-3 of spades, and you're raising pre-flop, and you don't have a spade, that you shouldn't just automatically shut down and assume that your opponent has a flush for one. That is very rare. Flush draw, that is a lot more likely. And I'm really focusing just on heads up here. When it's multi-way, then you can kind of. Let's see, tournament's currently on an add-on break. Am I going to get this add-on? Did I get the add-on? I did. Multi-way action, it's a lot more likely that someone's going to actually have connected with the flop in a meaningful way. But heads up, most people are going to miss the flop. So my advice to you is when the flop comes out like 9-7-3 all hearts and you have the pre-flop initiative and you're firing out, just imagine that it's rainbow and ask yourself, what would I do in this situation? Heads up with the initiative. What would I do on a rainbow flop? And if the answer is I would continue, I would keep on c-betting, then don't change that line just because the board looks scary to you. Keep in mind that it's going to look scary to them too. If someone has ace queen offsuit and it comes all 3 hearts, and they don't have a heart in their hand, all of a sudden they're done with it. They're not going to keep on going. So ask yourself what you would do if the board weren't suited, if it wasn't 3 to the same suit, and if you would be c-betting, then you probably should continue to keep on c-betting regardless of those 3 hearts or 3 spades or whatever it is. And that's going to be true. I would say that's true heads up, and it's probably true multi-way as well. I mean, if multi-way, it's just so much more likely that someone actually hit, but it's not going to be that much more likely. until someone starts giving you reason to think that that they do have a flush, or they do have at least like a big combo draw. They'll let you know. And when they do, you should probably go ahead and believe them. It's going to be harder for them to make big bluffs in that spot where you're multi-way and there's three to one suit on the board and you're firing out a C bet. Now they're going to raise. That's a little bit suicidal if they don't actually have at least one of the suit in their hand. So it's a little bit more. It's a little bit. Their reactions to your C bets and your follow up to that pre-flop aggression is going to be a little bit. It's going to ring a little bit truer. Anyway, that's pretty much what I got. That's pretty much what I would say as far as a monster under the bed.
There's a monster right here. Her name is Jimbo.
Bay State guy, donk leading on a queen 4-2 board, and we actually hit a little bit of it. I'm going to make the fold, though. I'm going to make the fold and give Bay State guy credit for having a 4 or a better 2. I don't think he had a queen, though. He might have. He might have. Ali Blaha saying, "What do you do when you think your game is slipping?" That's a good question. Okay, EP Lefty 15 can't expect him to C bet for us, so we'll fire out a half pot size bet. It's going to be pretty kind of transparent what we've got here. And now what? I guess we check and induce. Might have gotten called with weaker. Yeah, look at that. EP Lefty was making the call with Queen 2. So, we played that balancing act wrong there between firing out the value bet or inducing the bluff. Turns out that would have been a good spot to go ahead and fire out a thin value bet and get called with weaker. Queen deuce suited under the gun. EP Lefty 15, man. EP Lefty 15. Wide open calls, very quick, wide open limps pre-flop. Queen deuce suited under the gun. Made pretty bad slow plays. Called a 3-bet with 6-5 suited. Big blind, and then didn't get a street of value until the river. We got Doozy in the stream. Good to see you, man. He says, let's get this turning. Win in Dutch. I'm going to try, buddy. I am going to try. Or screw it. Let's just do it. Rabbit Games, man. This flu is kicking my ass. Take it easy, folks, and take this down. Rabbit Games, sorry to hear, man. I hope you get better. Yankee Spanked asking, what are you going to do for Michelle's birthday? Not sure yet. Her birthday is on Wednesday, guys. So one thing we're not going to be doing, we're not going to be streaming that day. Andes have kicked in, and rather than making it 500, we're going to be raising 450 at this point. And Gustafsson, I'm not really sure what you're trying to tell Nightbot to do. I don't think we have a now command. But welcome to the stream. Good to see you.
Maybe results.
$30 with rebuys and add-on. I'm in for 90. I'm in for 90, and there's $1,212 up top. 12, 12, 12. Second place is 819, all the way down to 5. So that's a pretty big bubble, really. I would have expected that they pay the full final table. pay the top 6 spots. Instead, they're like, nope, we're only gonna pay 5 here. It's a pretty big bubble for a $30 tournament, really. $360 bubble. We get the walk. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for that walk. A Poker Joker 2 in the big blind next to us. One of the tougher players on the site. We could make it 700 here. 2.5x if we're in the small blind against the Poker Joker 2. So we'll make that 2.5x and then make the make it a little bit heavier because of base 8 guy's limp. A6-2, pretty good flop for us in our spot. It's going to be hard for base 8 guy to either represent an ace or continue without one. And we also have the benefit of having a little bit of equity if we hit a straight there. Oh yeah, so we're making it 450 now. Tapering lower than we would in a normal tournament because our VPIP is going to have to be higher. The reward that we're getting is a little lower, 5, 6, 8. Not a bad flop really for Ace 9. Let's go ahead and fire out an EP lefty who makes a very quick call. Just call. I'm fine with that. Checking back, 5 of clubs on the end. Lame. And Jack 4 is not going to do it, EP lefty. Jack 4 is not the best hand. I'm really glad that he didn't try to fire out a bluff because I wouldn't have known what to do. Let's go for it again. Poker Joker 2, what do you think, buddy? Makes the call on the button. EP lefty 15, hasn't seen a hand yet that he didn't want to see a flop with. Guess that's gonna do it. I have no idea what he's folding there. Like, why fold? So a Poker Joker, man, he's a tough one. He's a tough cookie to crack. King 10-4 though, firing out that half pot size C bet. Get through. I think a Poker Joker 2 is the top rated player on the site right now, you guys. I think he's number 1 on the wsop Player of the Year race. Pixel 1 saying, I don't know anything about tournaments, but isn't it bad to play Queen 2 in the under the gun position? Yes, Pixel. And it's even worse to play it for a limp. If you're going to play it for a raise. And try to get to try to get yourself in a situation where you don't actually have to hit a flop and connect with something. Because what are you really looking for with Queen 2 suited? Yes, it's not a very good hand to play, and it's an even worse hand to just open limp with. Pippin 87, man. Yeah, I I already answered that. I said yes. I think that eventually we're going to be meeting. I imagine that it is likely that we will be around a coffee table or a bar or something one of these days, not too far from now. You've been a good part of the you've been with us since the beginning. You hang out on the stream all the time. It's always a pleasure to have you here. No, I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. Sniper MPS says, I just heard the announcers mention it, but I missed it. What are we talking about? Did something happen in the game? Oh.
What happened?
There was a drunk fan that fell out in the stands onto the field. That's, I hope he's okay. Okay, what do you do when you think your game is slipping? Ollie, seriously, what do you do when you think your game is slipping? It's okay to take a break. You know, Ollie, it's okay to take a break and just kind of, you don't have to play through it if you feel like you're not playing well. You have to play through it if you feel like the results are bad, but you don't have to play through it if you feel like you're playing bad. You can just take a break. Refresh, go back to the basics, read a poker book, This is a tough one. I mean, I feel like maybe three betting is okay here, but calling is fine too. The stacks are, the effective stacks are really deep here. Wow, ace, ace, ace. What do I do? Is be done with it? Really? Just done. Check fold. Of course they have an ace or a bigger pocket pair.
Gina, I don't know where to go. I took you out to potty. What do you need, baby? Do you need to go potty again?
And we'll see Sergeant Pepper and Bay State Guy. Bay State Guy firing out a bet, and Sergeant Pepper looking down at what? King Jack? Smaller pocket pair? Maybe Sergeant Pepper made a pretty tight fold there with like pocket nines or something. Okay, EP Lefty. Round 4.
Where's your peanut butter ball? Where's your peanut butter ball? We'll get you some peanut butter. Where's your peanut butter ball? Where's your peanut butter? Find your peanut butter.
And a little bit of a slower call here.
Find your peanut butter. Go find it. Go find your peanut butter. Let's see how do I do it.
Nice hand, EP Lefty. Brotable asking who is number 2 on the WSOP Nevada POY leaderboard. Let me ask Google the 2016 online POY leaderboard. Looks like Sergeant Pepper is number 1 right now. Poker Joker 2, number 2. B. Shriever, number 3. Chaos Theory, number 4. B. Waters in the top 9. Turn the Nuts. T. Wright. Power KC. Where am I? Probably in the top 40. $42 right now. With 181 points. I think a fundamental problem with any sort of poker rankings or poker leaderboard is that it really is all about at-bats and not hits. You can have a very low... I mean, anytime you have a player of the year or a leaderboard where first is all just about putting in volume, then you're gonna have issues with it. You're gonna have fundamental problems with it. Where the first place, where the guy in first doesn't even have to be beating the game. He can be buried for the year and still be ranked number 1, just because he's putting in more volume than anybody else. And it's a little bit better this year because they're doing it based on MTTs rather than sit and goes. I mean, last year it was just like, okay, it's not like it was just who's going to put in the most sit and go volume. And the answer was Paul Dewald. In order to put that kind of sit and go volume in, you have to be a good player. Otherwise you'll just keep on losing and losing. Ace 10-2. Sure. Donk lead into EP Lefty 15. There is no pre-flop aggression. So I'm going to go ahead and fire out with a pair. assuming that we're ahead of most of what EP Lefty's coming along with. The 10 comes on the turn, so I'm still thinking that I'm ahead. River comes an ace. Wow. Firing out. He raises. Well, that'll answer that. JD Cole 72 saying he's betting everything he has on Panthers over Denver.
Panthers going to win by 5, right? Or is that just the game before?
Now JD Cole's changing his prediction, saying Panthers is it's going to be 7.5. We're doing, let's see, 600, 540 is what we're going to do at the 122.40 level. 2.25x. I don't know what he's folding with, you guys. EP Lefty 15, and it feels like he's never seen a big blind that he didn't like. 8-4 suited, he's defending last time. So why is he folding now? I couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. And what did EP Lefty have there? 10-9 suited. Interesting. So he fired out a half pot bet with 10-9 suited and shut down. And wow. Oh my gosh. So he called with 10 high on the river when Sergeant Pepper fired out such a tiny little value bet. I guess he's either thinking very low level and thinking, oh, I'll just go ahead and pay this off to see what he's got, or he's putting him on a very, very specific hand of what would it be, 7-8? Yeah, the problem is all the draws got there on the river, so he has to put him on exactly 7-8, or like an 8-9 of diamonds. I really actually hate the call here. I think if you're calling because you think that your guy is bluffing, then you probably need to be check raising here. Let me show you guys exactly what I'm talking about. The hand that just went down with Sergeant Pepper and EP Lefty 15, where EP Lefty 15 or Sergeant Pepper fired out a third of the pot. Yeah, look at that. Sergeant Pepper number 1 right now. A Poker Joker 2, number 2 right now on this site. And this is why Sergeant Pepper going for a very thin value bet and somehow getting called. How does he get called here? Look at this. Look at this hand history, you guys. Let me add it. How does Sergeant Pepper get called here? Look at this. Adjust it a little bit here. So EP Lefty fired out a half pot size bet on that flop. 302. Got called. The turn comes a jack of hearts, and we see a check. The river comes a 3 of spades. So if Sergeant Pepper was on some sort of weird, bluff, or not on a bluff, if he was on a draw like a 6-7, he just hit the straight. If he was on some sort of weird wheel draw like ace deuce or ace 3 or 2-3, he just hit at least a pair. So the river comes, EP Lefty 15 with his 10-9 suited checks, and Sergeant Pepper fires out 480 into that into that pot. EP lefty 15 calling with 10-9 suited, 10 high. Why? Why does he call there? It's one of those situations where even if Sergeant Pepper's bluffing, so often he's bluffing with better. So often he's looking at like a queen 10 of diamonds, and EP lefty 15 makes the call, and Sergeant Pepper's like, good call, and turns over, a bigger pair. It doesn't make any sense. It's pretty bad. It's a pretty bad call. Like if you're going to make the call, make a check raise. I'd be fine with a check raise there. And sometimes I think that the check raise would have worked. Actually, Sergeant Pepper betting pretty thin. If he fires out like a half pot size bet and EP lefty 15 goes for like a 2.5 or 3 times his river bet, he probably gets through. I have no words. No words. It's just sticky as hell. One of those. I just want to see. Okay, guys, we'll be right back. Okay, guys, we're back. We're back. 10 out of 32 in this 6 max event. One of my favorite events on online every week.
Baby,
Yeah.
if you're the villain, can I be the good guy?
Yes.
Deal.
I'll be like Rumpelstiltskin.
And I'll be like Belle.
Okay, I gotta take a look at this Sunday Reloader. I think I'll probably play this in about 55 minutes too. Late reg for that.
That guy said you should be the villain.
Yeah, Uyo1752. The call has to just be a call for cheap information. No other reason, in my opinion. It's not that cheap, though. You know, it's not really that cheap of information. It's by the way, we're going 540 here, 2.25x. Wow, what a dream turn that is. So, pretty much giving up on that pot. And then that happened. I think we get hero called with a lot here. Making a 3/4 pot bet. I think that a poker joker could put us on a failed draw. Hey, by the way, guys, I don't ask for a lot, and I don't ask this this little bit of a favor as much as I probably should. But if you guys aren't following the stream, if you're hanging out here for the first time and you're just kind of passing through, you're like, oh, that's kind of interesting. I recognize this guy from poker from back in the day. Make sure to follow the stream. That little heart button underneath the video is there. It really does help us out. Trying to get to 12,000 follows eventually. Sergeant Pepper making that min raise. Man, I just don't really think I can fold anything. I sure hate looking down at like the worst two cards that I, it's the very, very bottom of my range. But for a min raise against a guy who I'm kind of putting on a pretty wide range himself, I'm gonna go ahead and take a flop with him and say, yeah, we'll chop up the dead money together. You take most of them, I'll take some of them. Making the fold here. So, Bruce Cohen, good to see you here in the stream. Yeah, click on that follow button, guys. We're at 11,752 follows. I would love to get that up to 12,000 by the end of next week. Could happen. It could happen with you. And if you do follow the stream, wow, look at that. So we're making it 580 here. Tapering down a little bit lower. And Poker Joker 2 thinking this is the spot to make the shove. Scaposaurus Rex, 5 months in a row, subscribing 5 months in a row. Thanks so much for sticking with us, man. Really awesome to have you here. Thanks for supporting the stream with that sub. It really means the difference between streaming and not streaming. So thank you very much. If there's anything I can do for you, please don't hesitate to shoot me a line. Dutchboyd.com, Scaposaurus. Thanks again for sticking with us. It's really awesome of you. Big fist bump to you, man. And guys, if you are not subscribed to the stream, if you've never subscribed to the stream, keep in mind that all the new subs get a couple of fist bump patches, and a free copy of my book, Poker Tilt. So if you haven't read Poker Tilt, if you haven't gotten your fist bump patches yet, for the cost of a subscribe, you get all of that, plus the cool emoticons. We got 15 pretty cool emoticons and a couple of other sub perks, and that warm feeling of saying, you know what, I'm going to actually support this guy, and tell him that I, for one, want to see the stream continue. Eventually, guys, there will be a last stream. Eventually. But as long as you guys keep subbing, it's not going to be anytime in the near future. Wow, Crapple making the min raise there. Let's just go ahead and take it. If you want to see a flop here, it's going to cost your whole stack here, Crapple. And he's got less than 10 bigs behind, so there's 2.5 big blinds just to take. And if he doesn't, if he doesn't fold, well, we're not going to be that bad. We're not going to be in that bad a shape. Now, Crepple, that's the right idea, Crepple. I mean, if you're going to put money in with less than 10 big blinds, it's probably time to just go ahead and make the shoves. So here he does. He makes the shove. He gets back that blind that he had put in, and we've got the aces. This could be it, you guys. We've won our last 12 pocket aces hands. Sergeant Pepper making a raise here, and I'm going to go ahead and make a 3-bet, 2.5x. Probably going to lose EP Lefty, probably going to lose a Poker Joker 2, and maybe lose Sergeant Pepper. If we lose Sergeant Pepper, it's not the worst thing. It's not the worst thing. We get to add +1 to our aces cracked meter. So now we are tied with our all-time tip at top. +13 is what we're looking at. The unbeatable hand continues to be unbeatable. Why wouldn't you just call there? Why not just call there against Sergeant Pepper? Well, for one, it's kind of inviting a Poker Joker 2 and EP Lefty 15 to come along for the ride. And even though we don't want them to fold, we'd rather, we also don't want them to get the right price to crack our aces. EP Lefty 15 is pretty much going to be calling that with any two cards, but he's also not the kind of person who's going to just stack off with a single pair. Sergeant Pepper, our effective stacks are so deep right now. He's got more than 100 big blinds in front of him. We've got 80 big blinds. I feel like so often we can get we can build a big pot, but we could also get chilled on the flop. So there's going to be hands that Sergeant Pepper, especially six-handed, is going to be fine putting his stack in the middle against us. Ace King, for example. Pocket jacks or pocket queens. He was under the gun when he made the raise. So there's going to be lots of hands where he's going to feel really strong, and he's going to feel comfortable putting a lot of pressure on us pre-flop. But post-flop, he could easily completely shut down. Let's say that he has Ace King suited. That's the kind of hand where I think that if he raises under the gun and we make a 3-bet on the button, he's probably going to 4-bet us. And then maybe we go ahead and just make that call. That's when we maybe slow play the aces. But if he makes the raise and we just call on the button and then it comes, let's say, 7-7-6, I don't really think that he's going to keep on firing that much with his ace-high hand. Let's say that he has pocket queens and he would be more than willing to get it all in pre-flop, or pocket kings and he'd be more than willing to get it all in pre-flop, but then we decide to slow play our hand and the flop comes out kind of scary for him, like an ace 3-3, and all of a sudden he's just shutting down. He's just completely shutting down at that point. What are we trying to do here? 560 plus we'll just do 680. I wanted to taper down a little bit more. 60. $630 is pretty much where I want to be. Okay, so the next time we raise here, it's going to be to 630. EP Lefty 15 defending, Ace King suited. We missed, but whatever. We're probably still ahead. Probably still ahead, right? EP Lefty 15 made a very quick call. Doesn't matter. I think that we're ahead. I think ace king of diamonds is ahead here. Fire out. Fire out. Actually, let's fire out less. Let's fire out 1900. If he's gonna call a quarter size bet with 10 high, he's gonna call this no matter what. Wow, might even induce a raise. Nope. So he made the call with parent nines. Jack 9 is what he had. I don't know why he's calling on the flop. So we got a little lucky on the river. He got a little lucky on the turn, though.
Did we get cracked?
No. We're up to 27,000 now.
Oh, well, goodness. That's good.
Making the fold here against Kreppel. Ace equality. Glad to hear that, man. Thank you very much for the follow. I really do appreciate that. EP lefty. Wow, look at this. So he limps in. Sergeant Pepper makes 1,000. Kreppel makes the shove. And now EP lefty, 18,000. It worked out for you this time, EP lefty 15. But I'll tell you, that is way too much to put in pre-flop. If Sergeant Pepper snap calls you, you're fucked. Pippin 87, kind of a a morbid way to end this stream. I plan on living forever. Pippin 87. We're gonna Kurzweil that shit. So 95. I'm gonna not be on my couch with my dying breath. I'm probably gonna be on a beach somewhere, surrounded by money and bitches. That's the plan. But, okay, what is more likely? Yeah, I guess that's probably more likely. Pippin 87, 95 years old, on my couch, dying breath. He really shouldn't have open limped. Dead. Oh, sorry there, JD Cole. Look how beautiful that is.
13. Oh
13 times. Aces never get cracked. It's the unbeatable hand. Okay, so we're looking at a 2.25. So that's going to be 675. J. Cole. Oh, man, JD. So EP Lefty 15, Sergeant Pepper both making the call. And that's a weird flop, really, for 5-6 of hearts. I'm going to go ahead and fire out a half-pot size bet and see if I can't just take this down. EP Lefty 15 is so quick to call, but I think that it's such a polarizing board. I think that if we get through him, I think a good chunk of the time we also get through Sergeant Pepper. Sergeant Pepper going for some sort of weird delayed float here. Yeah, let's do it. Gonna keep on firing. Turn half pot bet, river half pot bet. And a poker joker 2. Making the shove against EP Lefty 15, who decides a Queen 9 suited is good enough. How'd that go in? Did that just go all in pre-flop? Is that what just happened? Is that what we just saw? A poker joker 2 shoving for 15 big blinds, and EP Lefty 15 saying Queen 9 suited is good enough to take this guy out. God, that's horrible. What a horrible way for a poker joker 2 to go out. A poker joker 2, man, tough competition. He's a good player. He knows what to do. He looks down at King Jack off with 15 bigs and makes the shove, figuring that he's going to get through, and when he doesn't, he's not going to be in that bad a shape. Instead, EP Lefty 15 makes the call with Queen 9 suited, so now a poker joker 2 is going to have to win this this run out. I guarantee you that with King Jack versus Queen 9 suited, a poker joker 2 probably would just prefer to take it pre-flop without even having to fade. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe he would love to get it in over and over and over in this spot. But I kind of feel like a poker joker 2 when he's making the shove is basically just claiming the equity. And I feel like he would be just fine with picking up the blinds and antes there. Going from 15 bigs to 17 bigs 100% of the time rather than going from 15 bigs to 30 bigs 58% of the time. It's a pretty bad call by EP Lefty 15. Like, I can't believe that he would make that call. It's just like, wow, why would you do that, man? Like, what's the point? What do you think? What do you think that a poker joker 2 has there? It's not even like you're the big blind where you're getting a slight discount making the call and you don't have to worry about people behind you. Here you're calling on the button and just kind of inviting people on your what are we doing? 675. Just kind of inviting people on your left, Sergeant Pepper or Young Gruey, to make a raise. It just makes no sense, man. It's horrible. Okay, half pot size bet into UEP Lefty 15. Normally we're doing the normal 675, but against this guy who's just going to call and call and call and call, let's go ahead and make it a little heavier. King of clubs on the end. Can we get called with worse? Can we get called with a 4? Probably. Can we get called with a 3? Probably. Half pot size bet, and we're getting called with a 9. So putting him on a range there. I mean, a 9 is definitely right there where he's going to be calling us. But also kind of thinking that we're getting called really light. So decided to go for a super thin value bet. Ended up blowing in our face. Blowing up in our face. That sounds better than blowing in our face, doesn't it? Yes. Yes, it does. So Shorty Lambert asking about, look, if the goal is to win 1.1 big blinds per orbit 9-handed, what is it for 6-handed? It's a good question. I would say a little higher, Shorty Lambert. Your VPIP should be higher in 6-handed than it is in 9-handed. You probably should be going, you probably should be raising about like opening the pot. I feel like you should be opening the pot about 2 times in orbit. That might be a little bit aggressive, though. Like the other opponents at your table might not give you that opportunity. So we'll say 1.4. So if 9-handed is 1.1, 6 max would probably be about 1.4. And let's see what EP Lefty 15 was open limping with. King Jack. King Jack suited. Decided to open limp with King Jack suited. Youngri with the King 10. Flopped the King and decided to just slow play it. Wow. Gosh, these guys. I don't understand how Youngri doesn't get value on that hand that he just had. He just played. He was so afraid of EP Lefty having that flush that he cost himself about 2,000 there. And yes, indeed, guys, that is Kathy Liebert right next to us. Super strong player. And if you guys are interested, she actually has a Tasty Steaks listing, tastysteaks.com. Check it out, where she's selling pieces of her LAPC WPT main event. A $10,000 event. I think that you can lock up a little piece of that with a $362 minimum. And she's selling at 1.2 markup, which I feel like that's pretty reasonable. I feel like her ROI is going to be higher than 20% in that event. She's a super strong player, a veteran of the felt, and I'm always wishing her well. I think that I think she's actually like very much underrated when people start having the conversation about the top poker players, especially when they start talking about the top female poker players. I always would put her in the top 3, top 4. Right up there with Vanessa Selps, right up there with Victoria Cohen, right up there with Annette Oberstad would be Kathy Liebert. I actually think that Kathy Liebert is a stronger player than Jennifer Harmon. Having played both of them multiple times, I would rather be playing Jennifer Harmon than Kathy Liebert, even though they're both really good, don't get me wrong. And I also think that that Harmon has a lot more experience in the mixed games than Kathy probably does. But Kathy's tough, man. Kathy's a tough one. She's really good. And I would recommend you guys if you're looking for if you're looking for a decent sweat, I think it's a good sweat. Okay, guys, making the call here against Poker Cat. 10-2 suited on a King 10-8 board. We've got that runner flush. We've got a 10 or a 2 on the turn that can fit this hand real nicely. $000 Greg, it is indeed live. Yeah, let's go ahead and make that little semi-bluff bet here. Poker Cat making the call. Okay, Poker Cat. Jack of Spades is not going to help us out. Well, now I just hope that Poker Cat has like a... Yeah, that's gonna work. Nice hand there, Poker Cat. Little ace king offsuit looks pretty good. EP Lefty 15 finding the fold. I'll tell you one thing that we'll notice about EP Lefty 15 is he really prefers those suited cards. He puts so much more value in a suited 8-4 suited or a queen 2 suited than he does if it's offsuit. And the truth is, it's not that different. An 8-4 suited versus an 8-4 offsuit plays about the same. You're only going to be flopping that flush, way less than 5% of the time. Not way less. What is it? What are the chances of flopping a flush? Something like 3%? Maybe less? It's pretty unlikely. It's bloody unlikely. What a flop for ace king off. I feel like our hand is just so face up against Sergeant Pepper. Let's go ahead and fire out a C-bet. Poker Mindset Coach says, what do you think of Vanessa Selp saying she would give Dmitry Urbanovich 200 to 1 odds that he will not win 3 WSOP bracelets in 2016? As soon as she said it, he handed her $10,000. He could win $2 million. I think that Vanessa Selps is way on the right side of that bet. Very much on the right side of that bet, Poker Mindset Coach. 3 has been done before. It's not, it's not completely out of the realm of possibility. It can be done. We've had 5 people win 3 bracelets or more at this point. Who are those players? Phil Hellmuth, Doyle Brunson, Ted Forrest, Jeffrey Lissandro, Phil Ivey, and I believe, did George Danzer win 3 in 1 year when you count Australia? I think that George Danzer might have. I think that he might have won 3. Let me see really quick if that's the case, if he's number 6. He has won 3 bracelets, World Series of Poker bracelets, all in 2014. So yeah, he's one of the, I think, 6 players to have done that. Do I think that Urbanovich, who, if I am not mistaken, is too young to have won any bracelet, right? He has 0 right now. Urbanovich, poker. I realize that he's, supposedly the best poker player in the world right now. I realize that. Everybody keeps on talking about this Urbanovich kid like he's God's gift to poker, like it's going to change everything. It's... I can't tell you how often I've heard that story. Every few years you hear that story, and it's like, this is the one to watch. He's going to come in and he's going to crush. It's hard to win 1 bracelet. It's hard. I think that there are a couple of players out there who might be a favorite every year to win a bracelet. Phil Ivey is probably a favorite to win a bracelet. Phil Hellmuth is probably a favorite to win a bracelet this year. I don't think Urbanovich is a favorite to win a bracelet this year. I think that he is probably less than maybe 3, maybe 1 in 3. Maybe every 3rd year he wins a bracelet if he's as good as everyone says he is. Maybe he's not as good as everyone says he is, and he's like 1 in 5, 1 in 6. I think that 1 in 3 is pretty generous. Let's say 1 in 3. Let's say 1 in 3. Let's say that his chances of winning a bracelet this year will round down 30%. So if he can win 1, what are his chances of winning 2? Well, let's say that his second bracelet is 40% after he wins 1. And then his 3rd bracelet, plus he has that bet now. I'm not gonna say his second bracelet is more likely than the first. I'm gonna say that it's actually less likely, because by the time he wins his first bracelet, there's not as many events left. So let's say 30% for the first, let's say 15% for the second, and let's say 5% for the third. 30, let's say 30, 10, and 5, actually, because that'll be easier to do the math. So you're looking at 3%, and then you're looking at 5% of 3%. Let's say 30, 10, and 10, actually. That'll be real clean math. 3%, 0.3%. So he's looking at 300 to 1. Yeah, 200 to 1. I love Vanessa Selp's side. I think that his actual chances of winning 3 bracelets are probably on the order of I'm not even going to give him 30% for the first one. I'm going to give him 20% for the first bracelet, and then I'm going to say second is 5 on top of that, maybe 10. 20, 10, and 5 is probably where I'd put it, which would put him at 2%, and then about 1 in 1,000 is about what I would say his actual chances of winning 3 bracelets this summer are. 1 in 1,000. if I were to book it. And if he were going to say, yeah, here's 10,000, I'll take that. I'd be like, I wouldn't be able to cover that if I won, so, or if I lost. So I don't think I could take that bet. At 200 to 1, though, it feels like free money. It feels like he's just giving Vanessa Selbst. I mean, not 10,000 because his chances aren't zero, but it sure does feel like the value of that bet is significantly lower than he's making it. He's probably just giving her like $7,000 in equity there. So going for 2.25, which is 900 now. EP Lefty's going to make the call. We're going to be able to get pretty thin value bets against EP Lefty, who is just sticky as hell. Like sticky as insert something that is very, very sticky. Man, that sounds wrong. Okay, Poker Cat. Making the raise here. I'm going to make you fade a flop. Ace, Jack, 8. Poker Cat with like pocket queens here. Flight 28. I would assume that the bet is for the whole WSOP year. So if they have it in Australia or Europe this year, that would count. But they don't really have that full of a schedule in WSOP Australia or WSOP Europe. They haven't announced those dates. They haven't announced anything. Poker Mindset Coach says, "Remember the Dur?" Yeah, I do remember. Tom Dwan, and everyone came out saying that he was the next big thing. You know, you have that happen every single year. You know, there's the new wonder kid in poker. Poker's tough, man. Poker's tough, and you know, by the time you start building a reputation, then the metagame really kicks in. You know, you can't get away with the same kind of moves that you can as an unknown that you can when you're known as when you're known as one of the best. And then then people start studying you, and then you have to worry about you have to worry about the game on a whole other level. Victor Bloom, yeah, I mean he was one of them too. Poker Mindset Coach, he was one of them. I mean it goes back to like Eric 123, who's coming in and going to take down 3 bracelets, every year. Poker's a skill game, but there are a lot of really good players out there who are standing in your way from even 1 bracelet. That's the thing is, the difference between a great player and a great player is small. It's small. The best player out there is not that much better. The best player in the world is not that much better than pick a double bracelet winner. It's not going to really be that that big of a difference in terms of skill. The biggest jumps in skill are going to be a good player versus a bad player. That is a much bigger difference. Well, Banana Anna, it's going to be a call from us. Making the call. Rainclaw, no, Isildur is not Dwan. Isildur is Victor Blom. That's always fun when you flop a free roll against the same hand. Making the fold here against Banana Anna. Banana Anna. Sleeping Guy 1, good question. Average length of a bad run. When you're playing tournaments, I mean, it's going to be you can go on a drought much longer than when you're playing cash games. Cash games, you should be winning somewhere around 55 to 65% of your sessions. So to have, when you start, actually, let's go ahead and make the raise here. 1100. 1100, King 4 suited seems legit. By the way, Paul DeWald at our table. We just got moved, it looks like. No more EP lefty for us. That's unfortunate. I liked having him at our table. Deuce 5-6 with King 4 suited. Not a bad flop, really. Let's go ahead and fire out our C-bet into fish sticks and get ready for another C-bet on the turn. Another C-bet on the turn. Would C-bet even if we didn't hit the king, right? So let's C-bet when we do hit the king. Wow. And a very quick shove, huh? That sucks. He's basically saying that he flopped his set. We're backed into a flush. Flopped a set, flopped a straight, or backed into a flush is what he's representing here. Sure, hate making this call, but I just don't really think that I can give him credit for having top pair just auto beat here. It really sucks, but I don't really see myself folding here. Fish Sticks 25 is one of the top ranked players, if I remember, on that Player of the Year, which means I've got to give him credit for being able to make these kind of bluffs. Fish Sticks 25 is 9th, so yeah, making the call and it sucks. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. Nice hand there, Fish Sticks 25. Maybe we're giving him too much credit. Yeah, maybe we're giving him too much credit. Maybe the fact that he's 9th doesn't have anything to do with the fact that he's able to make those kind of bluffs. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's just never bluffing there. If he's bluffing 20% of the time, then we're supposed to be making the call. That sucked. I don't really feel like playing anymore, you guys. I feel like I'm just done. Poker sucks today. Well, we'll play the reloader. Let's get it in. This is the last one we're gonna play. $100 reloader. It's a good way to end the day. Hopefully we just crush it. We're about to hit in 14 minutes. We're hitting the rebuy or the add-on period. There is no rebuy there is a rebuy in this thing, but it's a re-entry, not a rebuy. So you can't start with 8,000 chips. You pretty much have to start with 4,000. Which once it gets down to this 100, 200 level, it's actually pretty short. Pretty short stacks. Prismatic Walrus, good to see you in the stream. You know, C-Mac, I thought that Doyle Brunson was one of the guys who did 3 bracelets in a year. C-Mac saying it's Puggy Pearson, not Doyle Brunson. Yeah, C-Megs, I mean, that's what they say. I don't know if I buy it. Wow, sit tight. Got some notes on that, dude. Yeah, I got some good notes on sit tight. So 808 grinder making the shove here with king high. Beach Reaver making the call with ace 10. Good call, Beach Reaver. Still kind of tough to make that call, but good call. I'm going to make the fold there. Watching that king 4 suited hand now on the stream. It finally caught up. I mean, we're getting 5-1 to make the call there. And we're up against a player that we got to think sometimes makes that raise. Sometimes makes that raise with like a busted straight draw. If we're just always going to fold to what basically amounts to a min raise on the river, then we're sure giving up. Metagame, it's just kind of a disaster. Make some notes on fish sticks. I don't really know. Look at Paul Daywald's stream. Looks good. Looks good. He's got a little fire going. Yeah, he's definitely worth checking out, guys. Paul Daywald Poker here on twitch.tv. Tough competitor. Nice hand there, Sergeant Pepper. Nice hold. And folding. It's going to be another full orbit before the add-on period hits. What do you think, 808 grinder? Making the shove there with another king high? Ace 9. Okay. Nice hold, Guy Pie. We'll see if 808 grinder is going to just be done with it. No, I think he should be buying again, right? Yeah, I don't think Pat Van Winkle, I'm pretty sure Vitaly Lunkin, I don't think he has 2 bracelets. I think he only has 1. He's a good player, but I don't think that he has. I don't think he has as many bracelets as you think. Well, 2 bracelets. There it is. 2 bracelets. 2008 and 2009. Looks like he won that 40K no limit hold'em. Nice job, Vitaly. I thought I just had one for some reason. Gotta love this guy, 808 grinder. Just shoving. Just spew. It's nice to have that kind of player on my right. 560. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and make the fold here. We're gonna be able to take $100 and turn it into 8,000 chips in 8 minutes, which seems to me like a much better use of 100 than firing out with Jack 10 offsuit just to race and then put another 100 in for 4,000 chips. Yeah, LA Sauce, good to see you, man. La Sauce 101. Good to see you, man. When will the Poker Zero League be back? I'm not sure, man. Well, I'm sure we'll eventually do it. I'm sure we'll reboot it. We're kind of thinking sometime in March. Try to do it before the World Series of Poker. It might be after, though. It might be after the series. It might be after the summer. It will happen, though. It's a lot of work. It was a lot of work on my part, like doing all the prize redemptions and everything. It was a real pain in the ass. I still have a book somewhere that I still have to send out, I think. One last prize. Oh, and the t-shirts. The t-shirts are on the way. Yeah, it was kind of stressful, honestly, LA Sauce. But it was fun. It was fun getting together with everybody, having an excuse to play. It's pretty cool. I want to go out and get bigger prizes for season 2. I feel like I set the bar pretty high as far as what we were giving away. I'd like to set it even higher. And I think that that now that we've kind of ironed out all the wrinkles and kind of figured out what works and what doesn't, I think start advertising it a little bit more, try to get more people into it. Fold. We got 6 more minutes until this break hits and the add-on period starts where we get 8,000 chips. We'll be at 11,000 here. Well, no, because we're going to have 2440 in front of us. So we'll have 10,000, which is plenty. Plenty chips at the 142.80 level. 4,000 chips is not plenty chips when you're looking at the 122.40. This is a weird tournament, this re-entry, this reloader, where you can't really buy a big stack. I mean, 4,000 here, that's 16 big blinds. So the starting stack is 16 bigs now. You lose your stack. 808 grinder just keeps on getting it in and losing his stack. You lose your stack, and you're going to be looking at putting in another 100 for 16 bigs, or you wait 6 minutes and put in 100 and get 8,000 chips. So sit tight, making a min raise, Beast Reaver, King Shippo, Sergeant Pepper, Guy Pie, 808 grinder. We'll see what happens. Beast Reaver making the re-raise is going to get a fold from us. Eastside slagging in the stream. Good to see you, man. Good to see you, Eastside. Little 8-10 offsuit action. It's gonna be a shove if everyone folds to me. I think so. If it goes fold, and like in that rare case where it gets through and 808 grinder decides to make the fold, I think I'd just shove into power KC. Tonka P saying, "Hey Dutch, why are your cards the wrong colors?" I don't know, Tonka. I don't know why they decided to make the clubs black and the spades green. I don't know. They just do. 10.5 bigs. Is this going to be a shove? I mean, if 808 grinder makes the fold, I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe shoving into guy pie. Probably just folding though. Probably just folding and waiting the 2.5 minutes to pick up the 8,000 chips for the 100. Low lack, man. Listen to the stream on the drive back from Frisco. It was a breeze. Glad that we could join you there. Glad we could join you on that drive. Effling saying you have to place this. I know, man. I know. It's a requirement. First place is going to be good. Yeah, okay, it's going to be a shove. Just too good to fold. Yeah, Richie, I know that, man. You're the last book I got to send out. You're the only one. I got it packaged up, but you were the last address I got too. You know, so the when I went to the post office last, because I'm sitting in all these, I actually have to go to the post office to something media. So the last time I went to the post office, I still didn't have your address. And that was maybe a week and a half ago. You'll get it. It's on the to-do list on Monday. Patches 2. It's going to be a fold, actually. Pocket 4's in this spot. Okay, so there we are. We're on a break. We get the add-on here in about 30 seconds. We'll be right back. Okay, guys, we're back. And we've got some pocket sevens here under the gun, making the raise 680 into the 142.80. The real tournament has started. It's going to be the last tournament of the night, guys. I don't really feel like I'm going to keep on playing after this is done, but maybe. We'll see how I feel. $4,204 for first in this thing. That's a pretty good score for the reloader. I'll take it. That's right. Pretty good. Okay, Shriever, what do you think? It's a little tough, really. 10-10-4. Can't really expect that Shriever has that 10. The problem, though, is that when he raises, like, it's going to be like a half and half. Like, half of the time he's going to have a smaller pair, half the time he's going to have a bigger pair. And, hey, double her up. Says, hey, Dutch, I'm in Denver. I was considering the HPT Deep Stack event. That Colorado Deep Stack event is going to be, let's see, you're talking about the $300 event, or you're talking about the main event? That main event is going to be off the hook. It's going to be so good. Do you think doing the $80 satellites would be worth it, or just bite the bullet and go for the 300 entry? In my opinion, double her up. I would probably just... I probably would not try to satellite into those events, just because I feel like the satellites are going to have a piss poor structure. They're also going to have they're going to also be raked to hell. So you're basically paying a double rake, right? If you do end up getting in. I don't think that the $80 satellites are going to be a good value. Maybe I'm wrong. But it's not, what I remember about those satellites is that they're very quick. The structure's not great, and they're raked to hell. And the rake is really what makes me think that it's probably not worth even playing. And I also feel like the main event, the 1650 event on that weekend, that Saturday, like if you played that 1650 on Saturday, I think that is going to be such a better ROI, a better investment than playing like the preliminaries. The $300 preliminary isn't going to have anywhere near the dead money and the value that the 1650 is going to have. It's going to be raked higher. You're going to be up against more of a core poker competency than you will in the 1650. And I know that sounds like it should be the other way around. It should. A 1650 should attract a bigger, a better class of players than the 300 will. But in my experience, the reality of it is that the television is what's going to be, that TV coverage is going to be what is attracting the players. Plus, the weekend is what's going to be attracting the players. I don't think that the 1650 is actually going to be a tougher field than the 300. I actually think it's going to be the other way around. So I would say, yeah, skip the $80 satellites. I think that they rake them off like $20 for those $80 satellites. I think it's like $60 going into the prize pool, $20 going to the tournament fee, which is pretty oppressive. A 25% rake is pretty oppressive. No kidding. Austin Millions has a shot clock. That's pretty cool, Money Miser. That's a cool development. What do I think? I don't know. I kind of feel like it shouldn't be it should be more like a chess clock, where if you fold really quickly, if you're folding, and you should be able to build up your clock time. I think it should be more like that. So if you have one really, really tough decision that you want to take 3 minutes on, well, as long as you're not making a habit of it, you should be able to have a long time clock that replenishes as as you make quick decisions.
Block like a bank.
Yeah, like a time bank that you get. Like let's say that you get 5 seconds every pre-flop decision, and if you fold, if I like click this and fold really quickly, then I get to add 5 seconds onto my time bank. We got Laker656. He's back. Good to see you. Poker Fallout. It's good to see you. And F-Link, always a pleasure. JP42356P in the stream saying hello. Hello, JP42356P. Okay, so top pair queen kicker looks pretty good. Let's fire out a half pot size bet into these guys. What do you think, sit tight? Sit tight makes the call. What do you think, B. Shrever? Wouldn't mind a check raise from you. If he folds, I'm going to go ahead and check to sit tight and hope that sit tight is making some sort of crazy float play here. And we'll go for a check raise in a sit tight. Hopefully we won't be up against like a set of threes or a 5-6. Yeah, there we go. Let's see an 8-9 here, or a 9-10, or a 7-6, or a 7-5 here. Sit tight instead of 6-4. I'm okay with that. So stack and sit tight. Now we're 6 out of 45. Not a bad swing, you guys. You gotta love sit tight. He sure was schooling us the other night on Friday. He sure was schooling us. Kept on making those crappy little calls with gut shot straights and getting there. Garbage all the time. Great to see you in the stream, man. Always a pleasure to see you, buddy. Hope that your weekend is going well. Queens against jacks. Wow, chaos theory. Ugh. It's about as bad as it gets there for you, buddy. It's always kind of funny because it shows them sitting out before the river card comes out. So the logic of the site happens quicker than the animation for the last card. So anytime it's always kind of depressing when you're rooting for a jack and you're like, come on jack, and then you see that sitting out underneath your chips and you're like, ah. You don't know what came out, but you know it didn't help you. And look at that, we got Butters in the big blind. There's a Twitch regular right there. Where have you been, buddy? Where has Butters been? Is he still doing some streaming? You streaming today? Butters Poker. Looks like his last broadcast was November 30th. Maybe he's just done. He might just be done, you guys. Done with Twitch. He's out. It's okay. Twitch is growing. GoLock33 in the stream. Great to see you. Not quite sure what you're saying there, F-Link. Can you rephrase that, F-Link? Not sure what you're saying. Okay, so Money Miser explaining what's going on in Australia. So each player has 2 plastic chips valued at 3 minutes. So you have 30 seconds, and you can use a 3-minute chip every once in a while. Like, you get 2 of those. So if you have a really tough decision, you get to throw out the chip and say, okay, 3 more minutes. And then you think.
horrible way to play. If you're a thinker.
Yeah. Tinksman says, doesn't he always stream with a grill?
I'm the.
Do you want to come on? Do you want to say hello to everybody? Oh my gosh, Eximoa.
Who's saying it?
Tinksman. Tinksman saying, doesn't he always stream with a girl? Not always. Not always. Okay, so Guy Pie making a raise. And I don't blame you, Guy Pie. I really don't. I actually think that I'm going to go ahead and make the re-raise, though, to 2,000. We've got position. We probably have the best hand. Let's go ahead and take the aggression away from Guy Pie. Let's take that pre-flop initiative. And wow, we don't even have to see a flop. We just take it. We'll just win. And F-Link says, they don't understand you. Just as long as you understand me, F-Link, I'm okay with that. If you understand me and everyone else doesn't, well, at least you and I have this understanding. A dangerous question, Bob Hatter. Well, here we are. Decided not to fold a pair of kings, top pair. That's how we did, Bob Hatter. We got two attached to king 4 and a king queen 6 5 2 board. That's how we did. Simmer time. I'm gonna check to you.
Can you break so you can see my picture so far? Can you come over here and look at my picture?
Not yet.
No.
I'm right in the middle of a hand.
God dang it! No. All right, fine. I don't want you to see it now. Then. Fired.
King 4 and king 2. Wow. So all I had to do was really sneeze at that pot, and we were gonna take it. Why didn't I? I don't know.
Distracting you.
No, I don't know why. I don't know why. I should have fired out. Should have fired out the C bet. Should have fired out the bet on the turn when he checked back. Instead, I just checked. I don't know why. Happy Mon making the raise here. Ace 9 offsuit, good enough. I could 3-bet here. I think I'm going to actually just make the call. See what develops. That's a pretty damn good flop for Ace 9. That's the flop we're looking for, boys. We'll see what Happy Mon does. Happy Mon firing at a half pot size bet. I will go for a 2.5x, so we're looking at about a 3,000. We'll lose Poker Cat, and Happy Mon with pocket sevens decides to get it all in. Or not. Happy Mon with the ace 6 decides that he is drawing dead. Poker Fallout asking, where do you have to be to play on wsop.com? The answer to that is Nevada, New Jersey, or Delaware. Those are the 3 states that have legal, regulated online poker here in the U.S. Everywhere else, the only places you can play are going to be free roll sites like our own PokerZero.com or illegal sites like ACR or Bovada. I guess if I was going to recommend an illegal site, I'd probably go with Seals with Clubs just because their rake is so much smaller than every other site. Second on the list would probably be Bovada just because I think that they have the most volume. So the fact that they're also pretty well integrated with that sports book means that they have, in my opinion, a lower caliber of player on Bovada than ACR. Oh my gosh, we got a donation. $20 from Papist. You're the best, Papist. Tis an honor, Aussie speaking, to just compete. Thank you very much. He says that Dutchy Poos. Papist, thanks so much. And guys, we really appreciate that, Papist. I've committed all the donations that we get this weekend to go to that autism tournament going at the Golden Nugget at 7 p.m. I think it already started, right? It's past 7, 8:16. So it started an hour ago. I already donated $250. And pretty much said that everything that we donated plus $125 from our own pocket, all the donations we get between Thursday and today are going to, we're sending along there. So thank you for that donation, Papist. I'm not keeping it though. That is that along with. Let me go ahead and read off the donations that we've gotten since Thursday that are going to that autism charity. FM Faithful, Tough Nuts, Beasterfield, Abar097, Agreel, another one from Abar, and Golok33 doing $20 for autism awareness. Stephen Rushing and Yeah Boy Casey, all of those. Looks like 10, 30, 35, 45, 95, 105, 110, 115, 135. $135 so far raised from the stream, and then 125 that I said that I'm going to go ahead and donate out of our little stash. So we already did $250 as a broad sponsor, and that is going to just be icing on the cake, Pappas. So thank you very much. Really appreciate the donation, and I really appreciate you supporting the stream, Pappas. You're one of our top supporters here on the stream. It wouldn't be the same without you. Really do appreciate you being here, man. So now Guy Pie trying the same thing, making the raise. You know what, Guy Pie? I'm going to go ahead and just call here. We've got, wow, what a beautiful flop. I guess if we were going to design a better flop, then the 6 would be a spade, right? But that's about as good as it gets. So let's go for a 18 plus 450. We're going for that 2.5x raise right there. And yes, Guy Pie, I'm willing to go ahead and get it in here with you. So Seattle Pro, is this going to be the last stream until after Exmoa's birthday? Probably. I might maybe stream tomorrow. I might, but probably not. I think that I'm probably just going to take the rest of the week off. Take Michelle out to a nice dinner on Wednesday and be back probably on Thursday. Probably Thursday. Dinner. Oh man. We got DMAC767 showing up. It's good to see you, man. DMAC. Okay. No kidding. It's Happy Mon's birthday today. Happy Mon. Happy birthday, Happy Mon.
What you buying me?
Golok33 talking about there's some new online poker legislation in Washington. Gosh, I would love to see that. How can a state legalize weed and make online poker a Class C felony? It's beyond me. Well, I mean, we know how. It has everything to do with the lobbying efforts of the tribal casinos. Nobody really wants online poker to be a Class C felony in Washington State, except for the owners of tribal casinos who think that it's going to drive away their traffic. And it is. It is. Why would anybody... What's that?
My parents wouldn't go.
Wouldn't go where?
The casino, if they could play inside. Unless they got a free thing.
the few times I drove up to an Indian casino when we were living in Washington, there's no way I would do that if I could play on wsop.com or uh, the action just doesn't run that big in places like Clearwater or Muckleshoot to make it worth your while to actually make the trip there if you have the option of playing online. So I mean I think that they're right. It will take away the traffic. It will take away the traffic. The other plenty of people will say, well, no, it will increase awareness of poker, and more people will be playing poker, so more people will come into the casino and want to play live. That's true for some places. I don't think that online poker hurt the Vegas card rooms. I think you look at the World Series of Poker numbers, and online poker helped it. So Simmer Time making a very quick call on that Jack 9-5 board. I'm going to go ahead and fire out another bet with middle pair. I think I'm ahead, Simmer Time. If you want to see that river card, it's going to cost you. New variant saying, what are 3 best poker books that I would recommend reading? Well, I would say the Zachary Elwood books are worthwhile. I would pick those up. Reading Poker Tells and Verbal Poker Tells. I would put Super System up there if you haven't read it. I like the Negroni book. I kind of like the newest Jonathan Little effort, No Limit Hold'em Excellence, where he brings together a whole bunch of different ideas. I think that's worth reading. The Chris Moorman book's pretty good. My book, Poker Tilt. You got to read this new variants. Okay, so maybe it's not like a strategy book, but it's pretty damn good. So hey, this is a good example of what Nikon Jane was talking about. What do you do here? Well, you do exactly what you would do if there weren't 3 diamonds on the board. You fire out the C bet. You don't just auto give credit to either one of these guys for having 2 diamonds in their hand. And if we get check raised, I love it. I'm not loving it as much as being able to get it on the turn after missing a diamond. But you can't just be afraid of the monster under the bed. You can't. The chances of Power KC or Goscorp having 2 diamonds in their hand there, pretty unlikely. So firing out there, you pretty much look at the board and imagine that it's not all diamonds. And what would you do? Well, follow that line. King 9 offsuit. I'm going to make the fold to you, Happy Mon. Happy birthday. Maverick PP says, good night, take it down. I'll get that sub back next week. Maverick, you have a good night, man. And DMAC asking about the delay settings on OBS. Yeah, use the delay in the actual broadcaster. Don't use the delay on Twitch, in my opinion. And I'm actually not using OBS. I'm using XSplit. I probably should switch over to OBS. It's just I got used to XSplit, so that's where we're at. I've tried to make the move over to OBS, and it's just kind of a pain in the ass. I wish that I would have started with OBS rather than XSplit. I don't know why I didn't. I had a free 3 months on XSplit, and I felt like, oh well, if it's a pay per use kind of software, it's got to be better than OBS, right? No, it's not. JPB16 donating $20 for the kids, but especially glad that you are streaming late this evening. Blaming X1 now that you aren't streaming the rest of the week. JPB16, thanks for the donation. I'm going to go ahead and add that to the total that we're going to be donating to the Andy for Autism tournament going on right now at Golden Nugget. And thank you very much for supporting the stream and being here. You are the best. Really appreciate you. So Simmer Time making the min raise under the gun. Goscorp coming along for the ride under the gun +2. I'm going to make the call here with Queen 10 offsuit, and I'm not going to have any idea where I'm at if it comes a flop like this. I think it's probably going to be a check fold. I don't think I'm going to put 7,896 in here with second pair, weak kicker, gut shot, straight draw. I don't really see putting in too much action here. We'll see what Goscorp does. Hopefully we just get a free card. A 9 on the turn, does that help us? Yeah. Yeah, now we're actually tying with Queen Jack, so it does help. It eliminates the it eliminates the kicker problem. When we're up against Goscorp's Queen Jack suited. That's all it does. Simmer time now firing out the pot. King Queen 9 he checked, and now the board pairs, and now he's firing out the pot and saying, yeah, I will go ahead and take it. Okay. Simmer time. Well, shoot. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and shoot. How do I find the fold here? Why would I fold this? It's a fold. It's a fold. God, that feels wrong. And it always feels wrong to fold, but like, what are we putting him on? Why would we fold there? Because we're putting him on exactly aces or kings or ace king? Really? Like, that's the only thing he can have? That's what we're saying? That's the only thing he can have? We're going to say you have 3 hands? Gosh, it feels wrong. But yeah. I guess he could also have ace queen, right? Let me take a look here. Saying the figure, Papist saying that the figures that it's showing for the donations are wrong. Let me look into it, Papist. $408 Shaytak donating $100. Thanks for the help. Love the stream. 408 Shaytak. Thanks so much, man. Damn, that's a pretty good donation. And 408 Shaytak, that is, let me go ahead and refresh. We also have ST Bub donating $25, so a little bit of a donation train coming in for the Anti for Autism event going on at the Golden Nugget right now. You guys are awesome, and I'm gonna go ahead and make sure. Let me add all this up now. So we're looking at somewhere around 350 now. Including the 125 that I've pledged. So yeah, that's actually not such a bad not such a bad amount raised for Anti for Autism, you guys. Leo X Hunter subscribing 9 months in a row. Thank you very much for being here, Leo. Thanks for sticking with us, and thank you guys, SD Bub, 408 Shaytak, JPB, Papist, FM Faithful, and Tough Nuts, Beasterfield, A-Bar 0907, A-Bar, Agriel, and Golok, Stephen Rushing, and Yaboy Casey for the donations this weekend, helping us raise some money for a good cause. So, Poker Cat making the shove. 30 big blind shove. A little on the heavy side there, Cat. A little on the heavy side with the ace jack or ace queen. I'm going to make the fold there. Mr. Arlington Beach, good to see you in the stream. Letting us know where the poker industry went wrong. So we're getting the expert analysis right here. Poker industry didn't portray the right customers in their arguments. Rather than focus on poker pros playing online for a living, should have focused on average Joes that want to put $100 online to play $1 MTTs and 5-cent, 10-cent Hold'em. That would have shown how harmless online poker is. You know, Mr. Arlington Beach, you're kind of preaching to the choir here. I don't really know that, you know, the lobbying efforts of the poker industry, you know, they're definitely not as organized and effective and connected as the lobbying efforts from tribal casinos and bricks and mortar casinos and racetracks that feel like online poker is a threat to their existing business model. So I don't know that I'm going to agree that the way that the poker industry portrayed their customers really had too much of an effect on how the UIGEA and Black Friday ended up panning out. I think that, like you look at like the UIGEA getting passed, and there wasn't really, it wasn't like that was kind of one of those midnight provisions that was added into a must pass bill. It wasn't. I don't think that the poker industry portraying poker differently or lobbying differently would have changed that at all. I think that it just ended up showing, it's just like a UIGEA passing with that poker provision. The UIGEA getting popped into the Safe Ports Act really just shows how corrupt our system is. Where it wasn't really a vote. Really, it didn't really show popular opinion on the issue. All it did was basically some lobbying group convinced some senator to tack it on to a must pass bill at the very end, and then it just kind of slipped through. And it's just, that's the system we live in. I don't think that there was anything that the poker industry did wrong there, so to speak. I think it just fell victim to the basic corruption that exists in our system. So Guy Pie making the 3x raise here, now decided to up it a little bit. I guess if I'm going to fold any hand, I should be folding 7-3 off, right? I don't know how it happened in Washington State. I don't really think there was too much lobbying at all in Washington State from the poker industry. But the poker industry, like you talk about the poker industry like it's actually, a cohesive group, and it's not. You've got the players, on one end having their own interest. You've got the operators on another end, bricks and mortar operators having their interest. You got the online operators having their own interest, and a lot of times those three interests collide and don't exactly align. You've got the Poker Players Alliance, which is about as close as we have to a players lobbying group, but the reality is it's more of an online poker operators lobbying group. The whole PPA was funded by PokerStars. I remember when they were trying to get signups for the PPA, and PokerStars basically paid people to sign up. They were running all of these free rolls, where in order to enter the free roll, you had to go and sign up for the PPA. So it was like, okay, who's really funding the PPA, and who is the PPA really trying to represent? It seems to me like they're trying to represent PokerStars above my interests or your interests as players. You got a couple of the players themselves, being paid by online operators to go and do meet and greets and stuff like that. We don't have a player lobbying group. There is no poker industry. There is just little mini interests and little mini lobbyists. PokerStars is big enough to be able to put enough money to maybe influence American politics, but I don't really think that PokerStars, I don't think that their interests are the same as my interests. I think I think that if I was going to try to regulate and legalize online poker, it wouldn't be under any sort of gaming license at all. It would be trying to separate poker from gambling altogether, and I would try to put limits on how much rake a player, it could be charged. Try to make it as close to even sum as possible. So's Fairview says Adelson will shut you down, son. Adelson will shut you down. Who are you talking to, man? Who are you talking to, So's Fairview? Like, he's going to shut me down? He's going to shut the stream down? He's going to shut down wsop.com? Gamer Grill asking, how is Xmoa doing today? How are you doing today? She's doing good.
I'm making pictures.
She's making pictures. Little Queen Do suited. Happy Mon. We got Butters. We got the Under the Gun raise from Guy Pie. I'll get out of his way with Queen 2 suited. So wow, look at that bubble. A $960 bubble at this in this tournament. Be right back, guys. Okay, guys, we're back. Jersey Cisco just following the stream. Thank you very much for being here, Jersey Cisco. Wow, look at this simmer time. Making a min raise here against us. Never getting through. 4.5 to 1 plus 8.5 to 1 to make the call here. 9-6 jack. That's pretty much exactly what we're looking for. So check raise, and we're just calling his 8,397 shove here. Yeah. Not quite what we're looking to do. The 10 of hearts doesn't help us. So nice nice hand there, simmer time. Little ace king offsuit. You gonna call? Goscorp making the raise under the gun. I will go ahead and make it 2.5x. Not really the greatest flop for ace king, right? 10-2-2. Pretty polarizing. Goscorp checking there. I'm actually going to just check back here, Goscorp. Kind of putting him on a 3-outer or having that pocket pair. Pocket 9s, pocket 8s sure seem likely here. And I kind of feel like Goscorp is probably getting ready to go for a little check raise, putting us on exactly ace king. Ping. So now I guess we hope that he had a 3-outer and that we were ahead the whole way. Were we? Were we ahead the whole way? Yeah, ace jack. So it didn't really give we didn't really lose much checking back. He had a 3-outer. Ahead the whole way, we hit the ace, we get called. 29,593. I don't often check back, you guys. I don't often check back, but that's 10 deuce deuce with an under the gun raiser who calls our 3-bet. seemed like the time to do it. 1 second. Poker Fallout saying, at the early stage of tournaments, do you play loose or do you play tight? Good question, Poker Fallout. You play tight. You play tight in a weird way, though. Basically, early on, when the effective stacks are super deep, what you're looking to do is you're looking to play those kind of hands where you can hit a really strong hand against a really strong second best hand. The kind of hand where someone will get 150 big blinds in, into the middle with you. Where there's no ante and there's no real dead money, so you're looking at you're looking at any suited ace, you're looking at pretty much any pocket pair, you're looking at some of the bigger suited connectors as all in that playable range. Later on in the tournament, you pretty much take some of those out of your range. Like with ace 6 suited under the gun +1. Maybe you play it later on in a tournament, but your motivations are different. Your motivations for playing that kind of hand are not to just flop the world against a second nut hand anymore. Now your motivations, you're not really playing it for the implied odds value. You're playing those kind of hands for the value of being able to just steal the pot pre-flop with the antes and the dead money and whatnot. So your motivations change at some point in the tournament as the effective stacks get lower and lower. You wouldn't be raising with suited connectors or super small pocket pairs early, in early position, late game, with the intention of having implied odds. You'd be raising with the intention of just taking the pot down or being able to set up a profitable post-flop C-bet. There's going to be certain situations like early on in a tournament, if an under-the-gun guy raised and you were sitting with ace-6 suited, you can make the call there early on. A guy raises, you can make the call with pocket threes, to go for those set mining opportunities. Later on in a tournament, though, when you're looking at like Poker Cat here, 15 big blinds, she doesn't have the stack where she can profitably just call with threes anymore, hoping to flop a set. She can't, make the call with ace-6 suited now, hoping to, flop a monster flush. It doesn't mean that she won't play threes or ace-6 suited, but she's going to play them for a different motivation, and that, that is going to sometimes mean that she just 3-bet shoves rather than makes the call. It's a good question though, but generally, the answer is going to be you play tight early on, you loosen up as the antes kick in, and the types of hands that you look at, your motivations are going to switch. Based on how deep those effective stacks are. The deeper they are, the more you're motivated by the implied odds that a certain hand can give you. The shallower they are, the more you're motivated just by taking it down pre-flop. Let's go ahead and make the call here against Goscorp. 9-10 offsuit. Not the greatest flop. Boom. It's going to be a check fold, I think. Goscorp, what do you think? Wow, he checks back. Kind of makes me feel like our 10-9 is ahead of his pocket sixes. So check here. Goscorp fires out a little bluff bet. Yeah, fires out a pot-sized bluff bet. Okay, I'll make the fold. And JRO2K just followed the stream. Sister just followed the stream. Guys, if you haven't followed the stream yet, it's that little heart button right underneath the video. It really does help the stream out, help the channel out, help me out, help a player out by clicking on that follow button. I'm trying to get up to 12,000 follows pretty soon. Could happen by next week. We're at like 11,750. It doesn't cost you anything. You get notified when we go live. We kind of have a bit of an erratic schedule, though we stream a lot. We're on our 12th episode? 13th episode. 13th episode in Season 2. So 13 streams since the beginning of the year. Which means that we're streaming more nights than we're not. Guy Pie making the min raise. Queen Jack suited. Is it going to be a three bet here? We can 3-bet. We can also just call. I mean, Queen Jack suited actually is the kind of hand where I don't really mind inviting Yang Grui and Simmer Time to come along for the ride.
Somebody subscribe?
King Jack 9 on the flop. Guy Pie making the check. Yeah, I'll go ahead and fire out a half pot size bet into you, Guy Pie. No Tilt here, subscribing 6 months in a row. No Tilt here. Thanks so much for being here, man. Really appreciate it. Thanks for sticking with the crew. One more month. It's awesome of you to keep this channel going and keep this stream going. Wouldn't be here without you and the other subscribers, so thank you guys. Aces Up, it's good to see you. And Aces Up says, did you get my tweet about the addition to your WSP kit? If you're talking about the pizza slice holder, I did. I actually think that you showed me that picture before, early on. Maybe Exmo did. It's brilliant. I did see it. I think it's a great idea. No Tilt here. Nice job. He says, Dutch, I just got first in an $11 rebuy for $1,000. Grand don't come for free. Nice job. No Tilt here. Well played, sir. Well played. Making the fold against Happy Mon. Happy birthday, Happy Mon. Loosey Goosey 2012 saying at Dutch Boy, do you have any plans to move elsewhere to facilitate playing on sites like Stars? Not really, Loosey Goosey. Not really planning on moving out of the U.S. I love Vegas. Vegas is my home. We have regulated online poker here, which puts us, which puts us at an advantage. Yeah, I love living here in the States. I love living here specifically in Vegas, where 3 a.m. you feel like you feel like sushi. You can go grab some. All the everything is open late. The tournaments just roll through every few weeks. We have a really great tournament series. The tourists just roll through. I mean, Vegas is such an awesome place to live. I don't really see leaving, especially as a poker player. This is kind of poker paradise right here. Even though maybe the games are a little bit better in LA, the dead money's deader here than anywhere. Stars, yeah, I would like to be able to play the Turbo Championship. I would like to be able to play the W Coops and the Scoops, and I probably will take a little trip out there and play some Scoops or W Coops before before too long. Sometime this year, I think I will do that. But moving out permanently just to just so that we can play the Sunday Million instead of the Sunday 20K and the Reloader, probably not. I love Vegas too much.
We come here every year. We'd have to come back anyway for the WSB.
Yeah. Six out of 33. What a bubble, you guys. Look at that big bubble that we've got going on in this tournament. A $960 bubble. A $1,000 bubble. That's just sick. $33 players left in the field. Butters is the very bottom with 6,600 chips. And we get a walk. Walking it out. Not too shabby. Guy Pie saying, you know what, I've beaten up on his big blind and beaten up on his big blind over and over and over. It's going to be done. Golok 33. So Young Gruey. Got to make a raise here. 20 bigs behind. Yeah, let's go ahead and make the raise. Golok 33. Have I ever paid a coach to analyze my game? No, Golok 33. Is that an offer? Is that a job offer? I know I have leaks. JD Cole saying, anybody been watching Poker 24/7 here on Twitch? I watched Chris Moneymaker on this thing called Shark Cage. What is he up to these days, I wonder? JD Cole, Chris Moneymaker is the team manager for the Las Vegas Moneymakers, one of the global poker league professional teams. So he's still around. He's on the Blue Shark team. I think that he's part of he's part of some tour, HSPO or something like that, maybe HSO, something like that. He's part of a tour. I'm not sure if he's still a Stars Pro. I think he is. I think that they're going to keep Moneymaker. He'll probably be one of the very last pros that they drop. They'll eventually drop him. They'll eventually drop everybody. Something that Tony G said was, I thought, pretty interesting. He said, what these online sites are trying to do, specifically PokerStars, is slowly remove the withdraw button. I thought that was a really interesting take on these new VPIP changes in the... not VPIP, the frequent player point, the FPP changes, the Supernova Elite changes. Gamer Grill, good luck on that interview tomorrow. Second interview for a job that you want. Don't forget that you are... your time is valuable. Your time is valuable. And... I wish you the best. I'm hoping that I'm hoping that you get I'm hoping that you get the results you want there, Gamer Grill. Jersey Cisco, good to see you. Says, hey Dutch, thanks for the streams. It has really helped me out a lot. Okay, Poker Cat, it's a call. I don't love it, but yeah, Ace Queen versus eights. Wow, what a flop for eights. Nice hand there. Wow, we've got outs. A lot of outs. That's one of them. Oh my gosh, what a suck out. Look how crazy that was. So we're going in as a flip. We hit top pair, but Poker Cat hits the set. So it's like, oh, that sucks. And then we get that just magic card on the turn where we have two pair and a flush draw. So 13 outs. She's still a pretty big favorite, but we suck out. But whatever. Ace Queen versus eights. It's a coin flip. Pre-flop. If she turns over the eights and says, "I got you," we're still supposed to be making the call. We made the right play. We made the right open. We made the right call when she shoves. Sometimes we're actually dominating her with, if she's shoving with ace jack or ace 10, which I think that she's inclined to do with 15 bigs. It's the perfect shove spot for her. So making the fold with ace queen is just way too nitty, especially when you're up against a tough player like Poker Cat. JD Cole 72 is saying a second interview is a great opportunity. Lets you know they want you. It's yours. Just relax and be yourself. I'm inclined to agree. I'm inclined to agree with that it means that they want you. And even if the specific position ends up going to someone else, I feel like that second interview, that callback, probably means that they want you in the organization. So maybe it leads to another spot. Paul DeWald is letting me know that he's pretty deep in the six max. Good for you, Paul. Glad that you're having a good for you, buddy. That one didn't go too well for me. Didn't go too well for me today. But it's good to know that someone out there is getting a good result today. It's good to know that somewhere out there, someone's getting what they want. Oh man, yeah. Paul DeWald making his Twitch debut this year, and if you guys want to watch, he is at the final table of that $30 rebuy six max that we ended up dusting off our stack with top pair against a set of twos. He is streaming it. He's streaming it, so check it out. Here we got Butters making the min raise. I'll make the call with 6-7 offsuit. 4-9-10, not really the flop we're looking for, Butters. The nice thing about Butters is sometimes he checks back. So, guys, we are on break. Play will resume in 4 minutes and 12 seconds. You guys are the best. You guys are the nuts. I'm going to be right back. Don't go anywhere. stay tuned. Lots of great poker action left to come. I guess if you want to take a look at Paul DeWald's stream, maybe right now is not a bad time to do it. I wonder if he takes breaks. Synchronized breaks. We'll be right back. Okay, guys, we're back. We're back, and we have pocket sixes in the small blind. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, I think. That's a good hand. I kind of feel like with these stacks, it's not going to be a normal 3x raise. We're just going to go and get it in there. I guess I should have done a little bit better of a job making sure that no one else was in. That would have really sucked if I made the shove and then I realized that Butters had made a min raise or something. Mighty Sourdough saying, in terms of bankrolling someone, staking someone, Mighty Sourdough says, is 50% of their winnings plus repaying the buy-in pretty standard? You're talking about like the difference between a makeup deal versus markup deal. I'll tell you what, Mighty Sourdough. Oh, by the way, Golak, I didn't take it. I didn't take that the wrong way. Wrong way at all, bro. Not at all.
What did he say?
I took it as an honest and constructive question. Okay, so so Mighty Sourdough, in terms of staking, you know what I'm going to do, Mighty Sourdough, just for you, Mighty Sourdough. I'm going to put up a blog post after the stream today. There's a staking article I wrote quite some time ago that never got published anywhere, and I was thinking about maybe selling it to one of the magazines, but you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to put it up on my own website just for you, Mighty Sourdough. So tomorrow, check it out, by the way. Against Goscorp, Summertime, Young Gruey with King Jack offsuit. What do we do against Guy Pie making the open? That's what we're going to do. Fold. Wow, that's so tight, Dutch. God, that's so tight. Why would you be so tight against Guy Pie? Well, because I don't think Guy Pie is as wide as you think he is. And King Jack is just going to be a hand that's going to get us into trouble. So, hey, Mighty Sourdough, check out DutchBoyd.com tomorrow. And the very first blog post, I'm also going to put it on my Twitter too. I'll give a little link to it. Will be just all about staking. In general, though, Mighty Sourdough, there are no standard deals. Just because is staking, while very, very much a big part of the poker tournament landscape today, it's also kind of quiet. People don't really talk about staking that much. I would say, in general, I think that you're probably better off doing a no makeup deal where you don't have to have a long-term commitment to somebody and just doing one-off markup deals. I think that's cleaner. Wow, Power KC, how good is that? Summertime still has some outs here. Oh, the unbeatable hand. Oh, Power KC with the uncrackable, unbeatable hand, just getting crushed by Simmertime. And, you can't really blame Simmertime for getting it all in there with Queens. I mean, Queens is supposed to be good. It's a huge hand. Huge hand. Oh, hate to see a guy go out like that, though, Power KC. Power KC, I think he's one of the top 9 players on the site right now in that wsop Player of the Year race. So, yeah, Mighty Sourdough, I would say, I guess a 50% makeup deal is about as standard as they come. I think, more on the player's end is probably, pretty rare. Sometimes I'll hear of somebody having a 60-40 makeup deal or even a 70-30 makeup deal. The nice thing about a makeup deal is this: if you know that a certain person is a plus EV, has a positive ROI in the tournaments that they're playing, then and you also know that they're not going to just abandon you and leave you on the hook with a whole bunch of makeup, then it doesn't really matter what the split is. If you know. The problem is if you don't really know what their expected value is. If you don't know that they're plus EV, then well, you could end up getting buried in makeup, being in a spot where you're kind of throwing good money after bad. I feel like in general, unless the player that you're backing is a proven entity, is somebody that is good enough, you're just better off doing markup deals and being able to walk away. It takes away pressure from both sides, and the best way that you can ruin a relationship is to stake a buddy. I'm telling you, just don't. Any sort of staking deal that you do really should be all about the money. It really needs to be an investment, not a favor. If you're going to give a favor to a friend and say, oh well, you want to play this event here, let me do you a favor, then you're better off just loaning money, and that'll make them disappear too. That's the truth of it. But don't let poker staking deals and friendships, don't let a friendship cloud your judgment. Feels good man making a min raise. Yeah, I'll go and take a flop with you, feels good man. Wow, what a flop. What a flop. You know what feels good, man? It's going to be a check raise from us. I know that, it kind of feels like maybe we should just check call, but I'm not going to. I think a check raise here actually, I feel like a check raise here actually looks kind of weak. So it's going to be hard for him to put us on a king. I think that he could put us on a smaller pocket pair, a 7 or a spade draw, and sometimes he's putting us on absolute air. I think that check raise is going to get called way more than you guys think, and way lighter than you guys think. Guam boys, start by playing Limit Hold'em. Oh, and read a lot of poker books. I don't think that if you're just getting into poker, I don't think that starting by playing Limit Hold'em is a good idea right now. Honestly, Guam boy, I think that you're better off going where the dead money is, and right now the dead money is in no Limit Hold'em. I started as a Limit Hold'em player. I love Limit. I think it's great. I don't buy into the idea that so many people have that for some reason no Limit Hold'em is just goes such deeper, so much deeper than Limit. I don't agree with that. I actually think with Limit you get so many more opportunities to actually correlate behavior and correlate actions with hand strength than you do with no Limit, which is such there's just so much more information available in a Limit Hold'em game than there is a no Limit Hold'em game. So for the same reason why I feel like there's actually more skill in games like Stud, High, Low, and 7-card Stud, and those kind of games than No Limit Hold'em. This is why when you look at like Phil Ivey just crushing it. No way, Affections. Just subscribing, Affections. Thank you so much, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the crew. You're awesome. Thank you very much. Wow, look at young Rui getting it in there with a King 8. All in pre-flop against the Ace-King, finding himself at a 3.5 to 1 disadvantage. No problem, just slide through with the trips. Wow, that's ugly. Affections, thanks so much. Really appreciate the sub. Hope that you enjoy the emoticons and the past broadcasts and some of the other sub perks. I'll tell you what, besides what you usually get with other Twitch streamers, we have a couple of things that we like to do special for our crew here. Let me make the raise here first, and I'm going to tell you what you get, Affections. You're going to get a digital copy of my book, Poker Tilt. Took a long time to write this thing. Got some pretty good reviews. Gavin Smith saying an excellent read that really gives an inside look at the times that were. I highly recommend this book. Gavin, thank you very much for that recommendation. That is very nice of you. Simmer Time, making the half pot bet into Simmer Time. There we go. What else do you get, Affections? How about a couple of fist bump patches? These are kind of cool. You like that? Yeah. Fist bump patches for you, my friend. I'm going to go ahead and fire out another half pot size bet here into Simmer Time. I'm going to go ahead and send out a welcome email to you, Affections. Did you just do that? Examol is on top of it. Affections, welcome to the crew. Thank you so much for being here, man. And yeah, let's do it. Kappa making a min bet here. Never getting through, Kappa. So let's see a flop. So yeah, Mighty Sourdough. I'll put that up after the stream today, and I'll link to it on my Twitter account, guys. A very long staking blog post on its way, courtesy of Mighty Sourdough. So check it out at DutchBoy.com later, and you can also I'll link to it on the Twitterverse. $4,204 up top, guys, and we're the chip leader right now. 69,000 in front of us. G-Bex, Drayman, Sgt. Pepper, Mozilla, Feels Good Man are rounding out the top 6. Second place right now is G Bex with 47,000. So we've got him crushed by about 22K. Feeling pretty good about this tournament. 1 out of 25. It's going to start getting it's going to start getting to crunch time. I don't really think that we're at the point where we can take advantage of ICM and trying to get to that money bubble. But we will once we get to the final table. I think that the goal here should be to try to get around to 10th place or 11 players left with enough chips to start putting the pressure on some of these other stacks. We can kind of cruise. At this point, we can kind of cruise to those top 15, kind of a top 15 spot. Look at that, Guy Pie and Dynadon getting it in there. Guy Pie just sliding through. Dynadon having some outs and he misses. Sevens versus King Queen. I don't really love the King Queen there, really. Dynadon. I kind of feel like the way that went down. I feel like a Guy Pie just shoved right for like 13 bigs. I think it was just a shove. Let me see, pre-flop shove. Yeah, I believe so.
Oh my god.
What did you find? What happened?
Illustrator just crashed.
No.
Yeah.
Do you think that you lost your...
I just saved it.
You think you lost your shit?
I saved it like a few steps ago. But I'm just doing too much. I've noticed that it's crashed a few times, which is bad, right? Yeah, I think it saves, though, in the cloud.
So Simmer Time making a 4x re-raise. That's too heavy, Simmer Time. It's too heavy, and I'm not going to look you up. It also makes me feel like we're probably ahead of Ace King. It's probably what we're looking at.
It's all right. It didn't erase it.
Guy Pie deciding to make the raise to 2,500. Is that what you're going to do, Guy Pie? 2,500? No, 2,975. Sure. I will make the call here, getting 2.5 to 1 with our 8-7 offsuit. Suited connectors, 9-4-3 board. Didn't hit me. Probably didn't hit you either, though. I'm going to make the fold, Guy Pie. You got that. You got it. Yeah, and back to that whole limit versus no limit. Guys, if you're just getting into poker, stick with no limit. That's where the dead money is. That's where people, they watch it on TV and they want to try it out. That's where the weakest competition is going to be. So that's where you should be too. That's where you can take advantage of all that weak, all that weak money. Wow, Dynadon, Ace-7 versus the 10s. Getting it in there with not a chance of being able to get Kappa to fold pre-flop. Not the way it went down. But that's okay. You don't need him to fold pre-flop. You just need to hit those rivers. Yeah, so Kappa made the wow. So Kappa open limped with pocket tens. Make the fold here. Open limped with 10-10 in the 500 1000 ante 100 level in the reloader. Under the gun +1. And then you got Dynadon making this weird isolation raise against an under the gun +1 open. Feels good, man, making the min raise. Man, it's pretty close. It's pretty close. Kind of feel like doing that. Let's do. No, we're not going to do it. Cap is a little too low. Made a hopeless isolation raise against an under the gun +1 open limp, making it the min raise. Poker Fallout, just following the stream. Did you guys see June dance across the table just now? That was because Poker Fallout clicked on the follow button. And if you have never clicked on that follow button, now is as good a time as any. It doesn't cost you anything. Please do it. Making it the min raise with ace 7 off.
Oh, there was a question Teddy has. Tiddy 10 about tips.
Titty says, "Hey Dutch, going in to a cash poker game on Super Bowl weekend, what tips do you have for playing against casual players?" Titty, that's a good question, and my advice to you would be, don't bluff against weak players. Don't bluff. You know, your biggest your biggest edge is going to be in capitalizing on their biggest mistakes, which is going to be calling too much. You know, new players don't fold too much; they call too much. Bad players don't fold too much; they call too much. And especially when you're playing cash games, especially when you're playing like a 1-2 or a 1-3 or even a 2-5, there's not going to be antes in there. You don't really have to steal to thrive in those games. Instead, what you need to do is value bet, and don't bluff against multiple opponents. Don't try. Don't think that just because a guy doesn't have anything, he's going to fold. Their biggest mistake is going to be calling too much. So take advantage of that mistake by value betting thinner than you think possible, and don't try to bluff a calling station. That's pretty much my advice. If you're in a situation where people are making good laydowns and people are doing a lot of 3-betting pre-flop, you can probably find a weaker game. Yeah, F-Link talking about variance, no limit versus limit. See, oh my gosh, Mighty Sourdough just subscribed. Mighty Sourdough. Great to have you here. Thank you very much, man. Wow, how did that happen? Dynadon just took down a big pot with Jack High. Looks like Young Gruey got counterfeited and decided not to put in the remaining 6,372, which probably would have worked. Dynadon had that double gut shot straight draw on that flop. Probably could have gotten Young Gruey. Young Gruey probably could have stolen that pot and be at 33,000 instead of now looking at 5 big blinds. Jamie John subbing 5 months in a row. Hey, Mighty Sourdough, thanks for the sub, man. Ace 4 versus Ace Jack. Not looking so good for you, Young Gruey. That's looking a little better for you. God damn it, he's a son of a bitch. Hey, Mighty Sourdough, gonna get a downloadable digital link to my book Poker Tilt for your sub. Thank you for that. A couple of fist bump patches. Avoid the bad beats by putting on a patch. Jesus, Young Gruey, what a run out, man. It's so lame. 15,000 going the wrong way. Young Gruey getting in with an ace 4 versus an ace jack. Because you don't know how to wield that sword, JD. Had to take it away. You were abusing your power. Butter's making the shove here with 10, 11 bigs. God, I hate making the call. So we make the call and hate it because we know that we're just like a slight favorite. And it's like, okay, well, there's enough dead money in here and Butters. So we're making the call with any pocket pair, and it sucks because it's like, okay, 54%. How you flipping these days, Butters? Ooh. That sucked. Kramer44 just followed the stream. Good to see you, man. You're tilting me, dude.
Who was tilting me?
You're tilting me, JD. JD, you still have the sword. Everyone can see it. Just refresh the stream. Wow. What an awesome flop that was. Feels good, man, with the royal flush draw and simmer time with top set. Yeah, I'm getting really irritated right now. Going from 67,000 to 41,000 with that ace jack versus ace four, and then the pocket fours versus the king jack. It's just frustrating. You make the right moves. You put the guy to, put the guy in, to the ropes, and it's like, okay, see you later. Oh no. Fate has a different plan for Young Grui. Oh no. Chance has a different plan for Butters today. Just like It's okay. It's funny because you look down at our stack and we have a lot of chips in front of us. I should be feeling very confident, 8 out of 21, but I don't feel confident. I feel like I'm a drowning stack. I feel like we need to get it all back right away. We need to go out and get 26,000 here. How are we going to do it? Let's go ahead and take chances that we shouldn't. Let's go ahead and make moves that we shouldn't. When I say don't attack the drowning stack, it doesn't mean don't attack the small stacks. It means don't attack the guy who feels like he's drowning, who feels like he needs to claw his way back up. And right now, I am not a short stack, but I am a drowning stack. Anytime you see a guy who loses 40% of his stack, even though I had a huge stack, so I'm still above average, it still feels like I'm drowning and I need to get it back right away. Little 7-4 offsuit, making the fold. And anytime that happens where you find yourself as the drowning stack, where you're looking around, there's blood in the water and it's yours, take a little time off, take an orbit, refresh, regroup. If you're going to, if you're on the fence about raising or folding, then fold, and just let someone else start bleeding into the water, and let that target move to someone else. Thank you. I'll try to remember. So Dynodon limping, Butters isolating, 1850 to make the call, which is 3-1 on suited on these suited one gappers. Gosh. 4-1. Not the flop we're looking for, making the check, making the fold. Ugh. JD Cole. I love you, man. JD Cole, I've been whispering. I don't know. Like, I don't think you're getting my whispers, which is also tilting. I've been whispering you. Anyway, what I whispered you is you just need to refresh. Just right click and refresh. Reload. Control R. Control R will fix the issue. So Kappa making the shove here. 5, 6. 6.5 big blinds shoving. And we're getting 1.4 to 1 to make the call with King 7 suited. Yeah, Bony Fish talking about Butters. That is, in fact, Thomas Kearney. Final 2 tables this year at the main event. Big Twitch streamer himself. You know, making the call with pocket fours is a little bit player dependent. It is a little bit player dependent. It's not like, and you're right, it's not like an auto call. You don't have to do anything. You should never feel like you're handcuffed to a situation, but you get an opportunity to get it in good against a tough opponent. Where if you miss, if you don't win that confrontation, you're still in with plenty of chips, and there's dead money on the side. I don't really think that there's too much to think about with the pocket fours. I think it's a call, and I did call. I'm fine with the call. I wish that it would have gone the other way. You know, we would be right back in second place if it went the other way. Instead, it went his way, and we're right in the middle of the pack, which sucks. You know, you take a shot, and sometimes you miss, and you try not to be results oriented, but it's hard. It's hard not to be results oriented when you're looking at it and thinking, gosh, you know, that it should have been me. It should have been my pot. You know, that's how you feel. It sucks. So's Fairview saying he would have folded. You don't have to call off. Well, I mean, so's Fairview. If you know that Butters has King Jack offsuit, are you still folding? Because if you are, I think what I would say is you're not playing optimally. It's not a good fold. If you know what he's got and you have pocket fours, you're supposed to make the call. We played perfectly, as in, you know, if we knew exactly what he had, we made the right move. So if you think folding there is the right move, then you're wrong. You know, the only reason you can make the fold is, you know, make an argument for folding is if you're saying, well, he also has a lot of pocket pairs in his range, and you're comparing range versus range. But, you know, don't lose sight of the fact that, you know, there's dead money in the pot here, and you have an opportunity to take out a really strong player. He's a tough competitor. Was Easy says, Dutch, that reminds me. You should talk to the chat about maintaining confidence when losing the chip lead and reminding that the end goal of cashing and winning the tournament with the most profitable spots. Yeah, it was easy. It's always a good reminder to remember. It's very rare that you're ever going to be wire to wire chip lead in a tournament. It's very rare. You know, in an Ultimate Hold'em tournament, you are going to be forced to play every stack size usually. You know, you're going to have to be comfortable with playing a short stack. You're going to have to be comfortable with playing a medium stack. You're going to have to be comfortable with playing a big stack. And that roller coaster ride is going to go the whole way. You know, it's just, you know, every tournament is a roller coaster ride. You just try to make the best decisions you can. And sometimes the stars all align and everything works out. Lyra Fairy, great to see you. 6 months in a row. It's awesome to have you here. Thank you very much for being here, Lyra Fairy. And thanks for keeping the stream going. It wouldn't be the same without you. Thank you very much for being here. Draymond with the threes. A 40,000 pot with the threes. How did that go? I'm going to have to rewind that little hand history and see So it's 10,000 on the flop. Draymond fires that half pot. 20,000 on the turn with a king, queen, jack 10 board. And then on the river, when the king pairs, now Draymond decides to go ahead and fire out a full pot, half pot size bet. So half pot size bet, and Dynadon calling with a weak queen. So Dynadon, you're going to go and get that bony fish for that play. Draymond, you're a shark. You know what you're doing. Should have bet the turn, I guess. It's hard to represent what you're trying to represent on the river. It's kind of interesting though, because, well, I forgot what I was going to say. I looked down and see pocket kings, and I completely forgot what I was going to say. You guys, we got a huge hand here. Huge hand brewing. Butters with the 15 bigs, thinking about making the shove. That would be awesome. Dynadon making the call. Wow, look at this. Draymond making the call in the big blind. Why not? And the flop comes queen 7-2 rainbow, which is pretty perfect. Let's go ahead and fire out a half pot size bet here and hope that one of these jokers is playing a queen jack, ace queen, king queen. That would just be brilliant. And if not, it's okay. We're going to be walking away with a pretty big pot here. 55,000 now. 10-7 off, making the fold, making the fold. Ike Falcon, yeah. I mean, you're talking about you're saying, well, what if he had a better pocket pair, like 9s or 10s or 5s? What if he had a better pocket pair? Ike Falcon, this is how you have to think about it. You have to put him on a range. You have to think, what is Butters making this shove with? And we know Butters well enough to know he's making that shove. Like here, we don't have to call here. This is okay to fold against young Gruy, because I don't think that his range under the gun is as wide as Butters is in the cutoff. But what is Butters' range? Pretty much any two court cards, any ace, any suited connector, and any pocket pair is basically what we're looking at with Butters making that shove for 11 big blinds. He is a solid enough player. He understands his push-fold charts. He understands when he's supposed to make the shove. He probably is even shoving wider than the charts would say. You know, he's probably even shoving with suited kings there, king 7, king 8, king 9 suited, probably. You know, so with that kind of range, you know, we take his range, we pop it into poker stove, we smoke it up against our pocket fours. I guarantee that fours is going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Worst case scenario is we're up against a bigger pocket pair and a 4.5 to 1 dog. But the most likely scenario is going to be that we're up against a flip, and sometimes we actually have him dominated. I actually feel like his ace deuces, ace threes, and ace four suiteds, plus his 2s and 3s, probably are enough to weigh against the 5s, 6s, 7s plus. And I also think that Butters probably doesn't shove with his ultra high pairs like aces, kings, and queens. I think that he's probably just making a normal raise. So. Yeah, saying, what if? Well, it's just all about range. You put the guy on the range. You say, how does this range perform against pocket fours? It's not really something that you can, just do off the seat of your pants. It's something you have to, it's always one of those things where you're, after the fact trying to figure it out. You don't have poker stove, right in front of you when you're trying to make these decisions on the fly, and you're on a 20-second timer, but I know that if we're going to take that range on Butters and we put it into a poker stove and we account for the dead money that's already in the pot, then we're okay. It's going to be a fine call, and I am fine with making the call. Plus, there's a metagame aspect to it too. You want to let players know that you will make calls lighter than maybe you think that we should. We are going to be playing with Butters over and over and over. And when he looks down at King Jack and 11 big blinds, and he thinks, okay, well, what is this a good shove or not? Well, it's Dutch in the big blind, and I don't think that I'm ever getting through here, so maybe I just fold here. Or maybe I make a normal raise here. Anyway, I don't really need to think about it too much. The point is this. We got to see what he had, the reality. You break it into the ranges versus what our pocket fours is, and I would submit to you that it's the right call. But in the actuality, the actual hand that he had, we know what he had. He had King Jack off, and we had pocket fours. It's a definite call. It's an easy call. Like if we knew exactly what he had, it's a call. So how can you say it's a bad call? The only way that it could be a bad call is if you're is if you're trying to do this range versus what we had. Even then, I still think it's a call. But you look at the actual what he had versus what we had, and if you know he has King Jack and you're making the fold, then you're making a mistake, a big mistake. You take into account the fact that there's chip inflation, meaning the amount of chips that we're actually getting aren't worth the same as the amount of chips that as what we're risking. Like you risk 100 to win 100, the 100 that you're getting is not worth as much as the 100 that you're risking in tournaments. The more chips you have, the less individually they're worth. But it doesn't matter. There's still enough dead money in that pot that we're fine. And there's not that much of a difference between the stack that we had after the fact and the stack that we would have had we made the fold. There's just not that much of a difference. I can see also an argument for saying, well, there's some equity to be had just for survival. It's like you don't have to swing at every fastball that you get. You can wait until you have way the best of it. Maybe we're going to have just a slew of other great opportunities to get our chips in as a favorite, but I don't think that we are. I think that Butters is actually, I'm not convinced that we're that much better than Butters, if at all better than Butters. Butters has so much experience. What are the chances that we're going to be able to get it in better than pocket fours against King Jack with dead money and his tournament life on the line? I'm not at all convinced that we're going to get it better than that. And if you are convinced that you're going to get it better than that, then I think that you probably don't know who you're playing against. You probably don't understand who Butters is. Butters has more volume on this site than anybody. He's probably the biggest winner in 2015 on wsop.com. Oh! Pocket ace is under the gun. How does it happen? How do we get this? Oh, ear to ear. You see this smile? Ear to ear, baby. Pocket ace is the unbeatable hand, the hand that never loses. Wow, what a beautiful hand. And if we win here, we are going to have a new record, 14 aces in a row. Pocket aces have not been cracked for 14 hands. 14 times. That is a new Twitch record for us. That's awesome. So, Mozilla, good to see you, man. Mozilla sometimes hangs out in our stream. Always a pleasure to see you. We've got Dynadon. How did Dynadon get 110,000 chips here? I'm going to get out of Guy Pie's way. Yeah. Pippin87 saying he's curious. He can't think of any male poker pros who are openly gay. I mean, like, I don't even know how you can say that on Twitch. I mean, you got two of the best poker streamers here on Twitch, openly gay. You got Jason Somerville, who was the first poker player I know to have come out. You also got Ryan LaPlante, who's pretty gay, pretty open about it. Gonna get married soon to a man. Cool dude. I feel like there's a good number of poker pros who are openly gay. Shasta44, good to see you. Says, LOL, that Max dude from the final table is gay for sure. That Max dude from the final table. That Max dude. Who are you talking about?
That Max dude, Dutch.
That Max dude. Max Steinberg? Not a chance. Hey, maybe. I don't know. My gaydar is not that strong, to tell you the truth. There's plenty of people who I would have guessed were that aren't, and I would never have guessed other guys who are. So I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But as far as I know, I don't know. I don't think so.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
It's kind of silly conversation to have.
That's right. Little king jack offsuit. Wow, exactly the same spot. 12 bigs. Now we have 4s against 8s.
Really?
Yeah. Exactly the same spot, same player. And he's got the bigger pocket pair. And we double up butters again, which sucks. 10 out of 15. Get through Jan Grui, and Donadon makes the call. Okay, Donadon, I will check to you. And he just fires out a full pot size bet. Are we going to just auto give him credit for having a pair of sixes beat? I don't think so. This is the kind of guy who made that min raise with ace-7, so when he opened limps, what am I putting him on? A weakish ace? Not really putting him on like a 9-8 or a 9-10 either. Yeah, I think I'm probably ahead here. I think so. I think that we're probably looking at... It's tough, you guys. It's a tough play. But I feel like we're ahead. I think that we're probably looking at overcards.
Oh, now it's there.
Fuck. 7-9 suited. Okay, guys, that's going to be it for us. You guys are awesome. We end up going out 15th out of 58. Going out with nothing. It's been a frustrating day at the poker tables. Maybe I'll be back tomorrow. Who knows? But all of you guys are awesome. JD, love you, man. Sorry that you were having some issues with with the badges. Good luck to everybody else who's still in the on the grind. Mozilla, Butters, good luck to you guys. Good luck to B. Shriever. Good luck to everybody else who's still playing. And guys, I'm gonna actually go into I'm gonna throw a host to Paul DeWald, WSOP Player of the Year for 2015. Now he's streaming, so check his stream out. There's a lot to learn from watching him. He knows what he's doing. Wow, Sergeant Pepper just getting in there against Mozilla, and Mozilla just getting crushed. Ugh, brutal. Yeah, we'll be back later, guys. Make sure to wish Exmo a happy birthday. Her birthday's coming up on Wednesday. Thanks again for all the people who donated to the stream today. We're passing that over to the autism anti for autism thing that's going on right now at the Golden Nugget. So I'll come up with the final numbers and show the donation slip so you guys know that I'm not just keeping the money. You guys are awesome. We'll be back some other time. Talk to you later.